Welcome back. Another day, another stream. Wow, I guess that would be more correct if I streamed every day, but I'm not streaming every day. Hey, what's up, Andrew Lane? Hello, hello. Let's see, what day is today? It is Tuesday, which is a day that I usually don't stream on, but it's all good. We're streaming today. It is Tuesday, March 24th of 2020. Primogen Rust. Yeah, that'd be an interesting one if I was streaming Rust. But I have good news. There is alcohol delivery despite the lockdown. So I'm doing well. But yeah, let's see. What is the plan for today? I don't really have a plan for today. That's the plan for today. But I guess I can go over what I did since the last time, which is not that much, but some kind of cool stuff. The first thing is I made Babi work on macOS, which I don't give a fuck about macOS, but maybe someone else does. But I can show that real quick. This is my Mac. Let's see, uname -a, is that a thing? Yeah, Darwin. And actually, oh my goodness, why is it so laggy? Oh, I don't have my aliases here, so when I typoed CD, it didn't work. Oh my god, it's so slow. So the problem is my Mac, or the Mac that I'm using is a Mac Mini that sits in my living room. Oh, you guys can't even see. Duh. I know how to stream. There we go. So I'm on my Mac, which is, you know, Darwin, etc. It sits in my living room and is connected over Wi-Fi, and I imagine that the Wi-Fi is what's really slowing it down. Also, this was the PR that I showed that you guys obviously couldn't see because I don't know how to switch scenes. But yeah, I enabled macOS wheels, which the way I did that was I basically just added a job to the CFFI library. This is kind of the hard thing to get building on other platforms. But turns out it wasn't that hard to get it working in CI, and so I just added this. I did have to update my pipeline templates a little bit to run a command to fix the wheels. Because by default, when you build wheels on macOS, it's kind of like Linux wheels, but you need to stuff the dynamically linked libraries into the wheel, and so that's what this delocate tool it does. I'm actually using a fork of it because there's a bug with top level binary packages that still isn't fixed, but there was a PR that was open, I don't know, a couple of years ago. And I've taken that pull request and am using it in my fork, but it works. But you can see it looks kind of like you would expect. This is a different theme than the one I usually use on stream. I forget what this theme is called, but it looks kind of nice, kind of works. And the thing that delocate tool does, en3 lib site packages. I think it's in here. Where is it? There's supposed to be a little directory that's named similar to this thing. Maybe it's not there? Wait, where would it be then? Because it's linked from this thing. And there's supposed to be... Oh, I don't even know. Is there something that starts with L? No. I guess we could do this. And then it'll tell us where it is. Dilibs. Why do I not see that here? Oh, I know why. It's because stupid macOS. So I did ls thing -al, and this doesn't work on BSD. You need to do the flags at the beginning. Love BSD. There we go. So there's a little directory in here that contains the dynamically linked libraries. So that's that's how that works. So that's why that works on macOS. I also got Babi working on Windows, which was way more work than on macOS. I had to do some fiddly stuff with the build to make that work. So similar patch to here with the CI configuration, where I need to like pre-build the library and do the same sort of caching that I did with the other ones. Did some refactoring here. This doesn't really change much, but move some code around. Yeah, change that script. This was the stuff I had to change on Windows, and it took me a really long time to figure out the exact like settings and flags that I needed here. So this was a royal pain. Hey, what's up, Duffy Roko? Hello, hello. And Nalej, how's it going? It's going well. What are you working on? I'm not sure what I'm gonna work on yet. I'm mostly going over what I did on Sunday / yesterday, and then we'll jump into something. I don't know. I want to work on PyCode style, but I'm not sure. And PyCode style is a linter for Python, but I'm not sure how difficult the patch that I want to do is going to be. So we'll see. I'll probably look at that and we'll poke around with that. Hey, what's up, guide? VVVVVV. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, the arguments on here were a royal pain in the butt to figure out, but once I got it, it works pretty well. I can actually show that. So on Windows, cd workspace, do I have it cloned? No. Hastily/Babi, and if we make a virtual env, oh, I did the wrong thing. VM scripts activate, not bin activate. Pip install -e dot. Hello, Catherine, who asks, what are you drinking? So this is I don't remember what it's called, but it is a peanut butter stout, and it's very, very good. I got it delivered to my house on Sunday, Saturday, Monday? I don't know. Not Saturday, because I would have talked about it last stream. But they were able to deliver alcohol during the lockdown. But anyway, here's backslash, right? Because it's Windows. Here's Babi working on Windows in command.exe with, you know, glorious colors and all that shenanigans. Not all the stuff works. So like this is shift and the arrow keys, so like the selection doesn't work. But you know, the sort stuff works. I can't undo, which is a problem. Also, this shows up a little bit weird, but I actually kind of like this rendering better than. So these are supposed to be bold, but apparently Windows Curses doesn't know about that. But it does work on Windows now. If anyone ever wanted to use it on Windows, I'll probably fix up some of the keyboard shortcuts at some point. Oh, that's weird. That's not what oh, that is kind of what I expected. It inverts everything. Oh, this is, look, now it's a light theme. This is not what happens on Linux. On Linux, it flips the background to foreground. But it's kind of cool. Anyway, so it works on Windows now. I fixed some stuff in PyCode style. These are kind of small bugs. The one that I want to do today might be a little bit more difficult. Windows terminal, yeah, hisses at Windows, as you should, Nalej. Without fail, Nalej hisses at Windows. Nalej also asks, how are you feeling? I'm feeling a lot better. Still have a cough, but I don't know. I suspect that won't go away for a really long time. Just because that's usually what happens when I get sick. I have a cough, and then it never goes away, and, you know, I just deal. But I've been back to work, working from home this week, so that's a thing. Work is kind of crazy, hectic, like no one really knows what's going on right now. We're, you know, mostly trying to resume as normal, but there's only so much you can do when you can't like talk to people, and everyone is like either freaking out or like kind of sad about things, and like it's a whole mess. But yeah, this was my second day back today. Mostly spent it trying to catch up on the stuff that I missed over the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks? 1 week? I don't even know. I think it was only 1 week. I've completely lost track of time. Yeah, it was only 1 week. Yeah? No, maybe it was 2 weeks. No, it was 2 weeks. I've completely lost track of time. Yeah, from the coronavirus, Andrew, which I probably had. But anyway, this was one of the fixes that I did. Someone else had made positional only arguments work in PyCode style and had made like this particular case work. But this case was not working, so I fixed it. So you can see this was the original case here, and that was handled. That was handled with this code, and then this case here is handled by adding a parenthesis here. And then oddly enough, when you have 3 symbols together, PyCode style also checks this one here. So I had to fix that as well. But that was not so bad. Pretty easy to do. Yeah. So fixed that. Wrote some tests, made sure it was good. This one, there were kind of 2 cases that were caught by this particular fix. The fix was pretty easy. PyCode style was grumpy if you put comments at the top of your file for whatever reason, like this, and it wants 2 blank lines either above this comment or below this comment, which is silly at the top of the file. Yeah, like here's another like pretty silly case that this comes up with. So I changed PyCode style to just allow any number of new lines less than or equal to 2 above this. And so that fixed that case. And this is a similar case, but depending on how tall this function is, which a lot of my code, well, it doesn't look like this. It looks more like, well, none of those because those are all ugly. But anyway, I would put this on the next, on the line over here. But anyway, I often write functions that the signature spans multiple lines, and if they were the very beginning of the file, PyCode style would complain about this. So I fixed that as well. So that's what this patch is about. Basically, I just changed this original condition, which was saying like the line number is less than 2 or less than 3. Then it's fine. And I just changed it to there's no previous line and the number of lines before is less than the number wanted, which makes it no longer an error. Interestingly, the test suite actually was testing for the opposite, so not really sure. I wasn't sure why this was this way, but the other reviewer agreed that this was wrong, so fixed that, moved it to here, and wrote a test for this case, and adjusted the other tests. But yeah, that was a pretty easy fix. The one that I probably want to fix today is going to be a little bit more difficult. Oh, and I did this. I instrumented coverage. So that we can see how much code coverage there is. So hopefully we can improve it a little bit, because right now it's not so good. Where is the CI output? View details, here we go. I didn't hook it up with like some coverage service. It's just like spewing out the output now. So you can see there's quite a few lines that are not currently covered or fully covered, and so it would be nice to improve upon this. But I don't know, 93% isn't bad. Hey, what's up, Metal Storm? Hello, hello. And my frosted glass is dripping on me. Stop doing that. And the this file has missing coverage, but it's just in the error cases, so I need to like comment those and say like, oh, well, this is, never going to be hit unless the tests are failing, and so it's okay to skip the coverage on that. Anyway, but the thing I wanted to fix today, and then I'm probably going to put together a change log for PyCode style so we can start releasing it, because it's been a really long time since this thing released. pypi.org/p/PyCode style. And if you're not familiar with PyCode style, it used to be called PEP8, and that should kind of give a hint about what it does. but it hasn't been released since January of 2019, so it's been 14 months, which is quite a long time for this thing to have not released. So I'm gonna try and, you know, rally the troops, organize a release, and get that going. But depending on how easy this bug is today, we'll hopefully. Why did they rename it? This is actually a really dumb story. The TLDR is they renamed it because Guido is grumpy. Let me see if I can find the issue. Let's see. Yeah, this one. Guido himself makes an issue on this that says, please rename this tool. Tool should not be named after style guide peps. A style guide is a document written for humans and has lots of subtleties, blah, 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 blah. But like, anyway, he eventually was like, rename this or else. And so look at all of the pain that this caused. 165 hidden items of people being like, what, why did you do this? Why is everything broken now? Just like so many of these things. And also people spamming this and like, ugh, it's just like a royal pain in the butt. But anyway, Guido said, please rename this tool. And so it got renamed. Hey, what's up, Koenig? What was the or else? I forget exactly, but it was just like, I forget when it was, but it was somewhere in this thread. He was just like, where was it? Oh, I think he was mentioning like that he was going to change the PEP to not recommend, or like explicitly not recommend this tool, because of this slight different thing. Oh, and then he started talking about like trademarks and like, oh. But anyway, it was long. Who is this guy? Oh, Guido van Rossum. Which, if we check out his Wikipedia article, best known as the author of the Python programming language. He made the damn thing, so I don't know. He kind of has a position where he can be like, well, let's make it so because I said so, kind of deal. Who named it? Who named the new thing? I don't. No, do we still have that tab? Yeah. Nope, not that tab. This one. I don't know who changed the name. Pep 257 is going to be named. Might be a good idea to change similar names. It looks like Mr. Nerdoc was the first person to suggest the name. Yeah, so that's how it got chosen. And Pep 257 renamed to PyDoc style, similarly. So it happened. Hey, what's up, outdated version? Hello, hello. Catherine says, I think Guido was right, to be honest. It gives the impression that it's official, but it isn't, even though it's frustrating. Yeah, the thing that I had problem with in this is like, Pep 8 had existed as a name for 7 years at the time, at least, because presumably there were versions before it was on PyPI. Actually, I know there were versions before it was on PyPI. The reason this is the last version that exists is because the previous ones were Beatist eggs or just eggs. Actually, does PyPI still support eggs? I don't remember. But probably before this, the versions just got purged when old PyPI switched over to new PyPI. And so there's probably even further history. But even just at the 7-year mark, or 8-year mark, I guess if we look at this here. Although I think this was released after the fact. I don't know. Actually, we can look at the first release of Pycode style. Pycode style. This was released during the discussion. This was the first release. Okay, so 2016. So 7 years of history. It seems a little silly 7 years into the project to be like, hey, change the name. And was definitely painful. And like, man, if I still grep lift code, there's still like 1,000 references to the pep8 package, even though they're installing it and it's not doing anything, which is wonderful to say the least. And every time I explain it, they're like, but it's linting pep8, right? And yes, it was in 2016, but it is no longer doing that. But Knowledge says, I thought he was taking a back seat on this and the project was no longer BDSM. I think you mean BDFL, but I like the idea of Guido as the BDSM manager of Python. Hey, what's up, Shelby? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. Mine's going pretty well. Ethan says, wait, Bernie Sanders is streaming on Twitch. What strange? Really? Bernie Sanders Twitch. Is he really streaming on Twitch?
In place, we would have been far.
Okay. The truth about coronavirus. Panel with Bernie. Huh. Oh, he has a stream schedule too. Look at this. Damn. 5,000 people are watching. I'm kind of impressed. Cool with the kids, I guess. What strange times, indeed. Guido has had to do some important decision making. I think that's why he comes across as strict sometimes. He has to stand his ground. Yeah. Not that was hugely important, but I think he is really honest. Yeah. I don't know. It just... the name change was incredibly inconvenient for me, so... I'm not sure that its value outweighed the amount of, like, unnecessary toil that it caused in the industry, but it's too late now. Can't undo it. Undoing it would be even more of a pain in the butt. But the thing is also, if you search pep8, I think it's still let's see, pep8 PyPI or pep8 checker. Sure. It's still gonna lead you to Pycode or to the old project. You eventually get to Pycode style, but like, actually, did we do this right? No, we didn't. Probably note via warning message that the tool is no longer released as pep8. I guess that's fair. But it probably should say, like, right here, you don't want pep8, you want Pycode style. But, oh well, we could probably fix it as well. Ethan says, I feel this. MyPyLang got renamed to MyPy. Yeah. But I think no one really remembers MyPyLang at this point. Or at least MyPyLang was way less popular than MyPy is now. And so I do remember that change too. That was a deal. He is Dutch, so there's a higher chance of, you know. Alright, now Biden coughed on his hand on TV. That doesn't surprise. He probably touched his face too. That's what happens. The Dutch are much more blunt about things. They're like the opposite of the Canadians in saying sorry. Yeah. True. Okay, but let's talk about the thing that I want to fix today. So this code, which is pretty common in protocols in when you're doing type checking in Python, is completely fine in both versions of Pycode style. version 250 as well as master. They're both okay with this, despite these being one-liners and not being, and not having space between them. Because kind of the point of protocols is like they're a stub class and they're just describing the types, and you don't actually care about the implementation, and so that's why the implementation is just the ellipsis. Which, if you don't know about ellipsis, it's actually one of my favorite things that happened in Python 3. Triple dot is now valid syntax, which is actually really cool. I really like this because it makes it easy to share sample code, because you can literally just put an ellipsis in there and it's valid syntax. But it also gets used in some other places as well. So like, you actually, there was one place in Python 2 where it was valid syntax as well. Class C object def get item. Almost tried to f-string there in Python 2. So it's valid syntax inside of a slice in Python 2, but not generally. But Python 3 has ellipsis as a first-class citizen, which I really, really like. But anyway, back to this. Simple protocol, you know, slam all the methods together or whatever. But as soon as you add decorators to these, so if you want to say like a property protocol, the latest version of bytecode style refuses to allow this. But it works fine on older versions, but it's just on master. I did bisect this to find the change that changed this, so I know about where the code is that I'll need to adjust. This is just the comment got reflown. So we'll just have to adjust this line, so it shouldn't be too bad in theory. But that'll help us find one-liners. Yeah. That's what I want to work on today, in theory. There's some back and forth, and yeah, I'll try and see what's going on there. Let's see. The Dutcher Blunt hadn't thought about that cultural. It's also nice knowing that they're not lying about it if they like something, because they'll tell you straight. That's true. Geek Panther says ellipsis. Yeah, it's the triple dot. So ellipsis can be used anywhere a expression can be used in Python 3. So, you know, you can assign it, you can print it, you can use it as a statement expression, or an expression statement. You can basically use it anywhere. This is the one I typed. Sorry, this is the one I typed. This is the it's PS2, I think it's called. Import sys PS2, yeah. Which is this thing here. You can actually change that. And then but anyway, you can change the value here by assigning to sys.ps2. You can also change the other one by doing this, which is fun. PyPy actually changes this. PyPy. So PyPy's PS1 is one longer. I think PS2 is also one longer. This is also kind of, so PyPy does this so it's easy at a glance to see whether it's CPython or PyPy. Just kind of a nifty little thing. It's kind of like pass, but you can't use pass in expression contexts. So you can't do this, for instance. That's a syntax error. What is the point of it? So it kind of has two purposes. The first is just a placeholder value. It's a thing that you can use just to like essentially say like there's no code here, similar to how pass would work. The other use is in generalized slicing, which I forget when it was added. But I want to say NumPy uses this for something. NumPy ellipsis slice. Here we go. Here's an example of where it gets used in NumPy. Zoom in so you can see this. No idea what it means, but in NumPy has a special use for it. This also works in Python too. But yeah. Yeah, RKJ, it's a weekday stream. It's a weird one, right? Ethan says, I think slices are used in broadcasting. Yeah, I don't know enough about NumPy and how its D-type shenanigans works. Cause I don't really use NumPy. Pylang says, sub, we liking NumPy now? No. I was just using it as an example for where ellipsis gets used. I'm not a NumPy person myself, so yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, that's ellipsis. But anyway, we're gonna try and make this not an error in Pycode style is the plan for today. So, get started with that by showing the problem. Property def f. So this was basically the example that I used. And if we look at that, we get a bunch of errors. 704 is okay to ignore because it's off by default in this case. So let's see. Ugh, hate to use Python path. We'll not use Python path. Let's do this. Gotta get out of that directory, I think, because there's a configuration in there that's changing. Oh, really? Is it in setup.cfg? It is. So just turn this off for a second, and there we go. So this is the default behavior of Pycode style. So by default it ignores E704, but E301 is still getting triggered here, and that's what I want to fix. Eileen says, I was that way a long time ago, but now it comes in handy sometimes. I see. That makes sense. There are only a handful of people in the world who fully understand how broadcasting and NumPy works, so yeah, there's some weird stuff. I don't remember if it's broadcasting or not. Let's see, what version of Python is this? Why do I have a Python 2 virtualenv? Oh, right, because I was explaining something to someone earlier. There's some weird stuff about NumPy. I'm gonna show you the first thing that's like, what? Hey, what's up? Drop Dead Drugs, who says, bro, the code for that line is Rico Mami Rico. I'm not sure what you're on about there. Hey, what's up, Grim? Hello, hello. Welcome back. Let's see. Import NumPy. NumPy dot. Array? That's how NumPy works, right? So, unless you know NumPy, and then you're like, oh, obviously this makes tons of sense. I would expect this. I would expect this to be false. And if we do this, bool ARR equals 2. Oh, they changed it. Oh, okay. Damn, my little party trick no longer works. The truth value of an array... Oh, okay, well, I guess my party trick still works. If this... Well, we can't use it in a Boolean context. Anyway. The silly thing is checking whether something is equal to 2 actually checks whether each element is equal to 2 and gives you back a new array. I believe this is called a projection and not the other thing that Ethan was talking about. But I don't know. This just like really confused me about NumPy the first time that I saw this. It comes up a lot in PyTest where people are like asserting equal to 2 and like it's truthy, but not for like not for the right reasons. But Piling says there's some good tutorials on NumPy. Yeah, I don't need NumPy. Drop Dead Drugs also says sweet mommy sweet, which I don't know what that's about. I feel like you're just trying to get me to say absurd stuff, and you know what? I will just say absurd stuff because that's what I'm about. Keep up the good work, man. I won't bother anymore. No, it's all good. Geek Panther says, recently I'm looking for a NumPy-ish library for C. Do you know something similar to that for C? Not really. It kind of depends on what you're trying to do. Like if you're just using like, if you just want like fast typed arrays, like you can just use arrays. But if you're looking for like matrix transformation and other stuff, I really have no idea because I don't write any code that does that. But might be a thing. The Endless Server says, Anthony working on NumPy, what is going on here, right? Yeah, I've lost my mind. No, we're not doing NumPy, I was just trying to explain something. What would you expect for AR equals 2? I would expect false. Because a normal array equals 2 is definitely false. So I was just like very surprised that I would also accept type error. Type error would make sense as well. Like, what are you doing comparing these things? But it happens, you know. Oh no, Ethan's got a wet screenshot. What? What did you? Oh. I think I get what's going on here. So these are floating point zeros. And it's an array that has 3 dimensions. The first dimension is 1, the second dimension is 2, and then third dimension is 3. So the outer list is D1, and then this list is D2, which is why you see 2 lists here, and then the inner one is 3. And this number is just a floating point that's very, 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 very close to 0. I think that's what's going on. I think. But also, like, that's pretty wild. That's not what I expected. I expected maybe like the number 1, 2, 3, or like a bunch of zeros, but but yeah. Piling says, why is it false? Because they aren't the same type. Yes, and because their particular types are not comparable at all. Updated version says, I just realized my roommate is streaming with a camera on and I'm in the background. Ah, for their OnlyFans account? Geek Panther says, I do a lot of math. Oh, well, I don't do much math at all, so. You know, math not even once. So yeah, I don't know too much about math libraries, unfortunately. Geek Panther says NumPy or NumP. Yeah, some people do say that, which is pretty funny. If you're getting array with assigned to random memory, so you get weird values. If you do fill 0, it'll be all zeros. Oh yeah, I think it's just floating point very, very close to 0. What are you saying, Drop Dead Drugs? I don't know what that's about. Pavan Kumar P says, how do you learn a new Python package? Recently started to read your babi first commit and wondering what init pair does or color pair does. Yeah, let's show that commit, I guess. Git log reverse. This would be the first commit. So I added a bunch of like just random stuff. you know, like pre-commit configuration. This was the first file, the first babi.py file. We'll look at the code in a second. Oh, actually, that's it. I literally just committed babi.py in a pre-commit configuration. That was where this all started. But most of what's going on here is I'm using the curses library, and this one's a standard lib library. And so I spent a lot of time. That's not where I get to there. The alcohol has impaired my typing a little bit, so we'll see how this stream goes. But for this, I mostly was looking through this page here, as well as the tutorial. 3 curses tutorial, which I always accidentally click on, which is why it's purple. This is the one that I care more about. This is the one that I sometimes click on. But this explains like how you would get started with the module. I kind of understood a little bit of its point, so before I got started with it, I knew a little bit of where I was getting into, but also like didn't completely understand it. But then like the particular functions were the ones you were talking about, init pair or color pair. Those are in the docs. So if we look here, init pair. So it kind of explains like what's going on here. But my usage here, yeah. So my usage here, what? Okay, here we go. So this is where I'm creating maps of colors. So a particular pair of colors in curses gets mapped to a number, and the color number itself is a different number. Oh man, this shit's confusing. Let me make a sample file and show you. Import curses.wrapper cmain. So first you have to do this to tell it to use colors that are the default setup. And there's some colors out of the box. Curses color. So you can see here are the 8 default colors, but there's also 8 more that are the brighter versions of these. Hey, what's up, James J? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But let's just take these colors. And so what you can do is do curses.initPair, and you use a pair number. 0 is reserved for something else. You can't use that one. And these colors map to numbers. So we already imported curses. So let's say we want to do the foreground as, you know, color blue. That's gonna be really ugly, but whatever. And the background we'll do black. Curses.color black. And so this initializes pair 1 to this color pair. And then you can use that when you're drawing text. Standard screen dot insert stir yx string hello world, and then the attributes. And in particular, I happen to know that you use color pair to retrieve the integer value of this color pair. So these two functions kind of go hand in hand. You initialize the pair and then you retrieve it later. And so if you run this, yeah, kind of hard to see, but this is, you know, blue text on a black background. The black isn't quite black because it's the black that GNOME terminal picks. You've been gnomed. But yeah, so that's like kind of how I got started, was just like reading documentation and like figuring out where that goes. But anyway, there's like a hello world in curses with colors. Now you can get a lot more fancy, so you can see like Babi has colors here, and they're not the standard 8 colors. You can actually show the 8 colors. Let's see, for I in range 0, 8. Curses.initPair I plus 1 I and -1. -1 is a special number for the default background. Actually, we'll do this the other way. We'll leave the foreground the same and change the background. Standard screen done. Insert stir on line I. Position 0. Hello world. I. Versus dot color pair. I plus 1. And so this is actually very similar to the code that I originally started with to do kind of my color wheel thing. And so you can see this here. But you can actually go up to 16 colors. So if we run this with 16 colors, these are the 16 colors. You can see your default 8 here, and then your brighter versions of those. And this will crash. Yeah. Curses dot lines. You can show there's actually more colors, so it starts a 256 color wheel after that. And then you can change them to make it a true color. But anyway, that's like curses and how I kind of got started with that. But yeah, that's the curses. That's how I got started with curses. But I didn't really know too much before it, and so like I mostly just like, you know, learned as I went. And like part of the reason that I wanted to make a text editor in the first place was to learn curses. And oh boy did I learn curses. What a fantastic rabbit hole that was. But yeah. Ethan says, I kid you not, I work with somebody who pronounces SciPi as Skippy. Skippy? I mean, I can kind of see it now, but also like, wow. Hey, what's up, Bobby? What are you working on today? Well, maybe we'll work on Babby later, but, Bobby. That's a good name. I like it. But what I want to work on today is fixing a particular bug in PyCode style, which is to make this not an error. Even though the code kind of looks a little bit ugly. And this, right now it's an error because it wants me to do this. Which is kind of fair, but also at the same time, it allows this, which shouldn't be that much different. It's only when I do this that it's now suddenly a problem. So we're gonna play with the code a little bit, try and figure out why this is broken. I kind of already know why it's broken, but we'll get a little bit better at it in a bit. Let's see. So E301, this is the one we're trying to fix. And this is the line that got changed, which made this a problem. So if we comment out this line, I want to say that it fixes itself. For whatever reason, Metalstorm, your message got filtered. So I unfiltered it. Metalstorm says NumPy is mostly written at C. You can just alloc whatever memory get, and then read that memory. Oh yeah, I see. The only server says, "What am I doing wrong?" Oh, that is weird. Oh, I didn't upload 32-bit wheels. So if you install 64-bit Windows, it should fix itself. I only built 64-bit because it takes so long to build. Let's see, pypi.org/simple/babby. It's cached. What the fuck? Where's all the other? Oh wait, no, it's not Babby. That's the problem. It's this package. Yeah. So I only uploaded AMD 64 wheels for Windows. So if you switch to 64-bit Python, then it should work. So I noticed here. Where was it? Where is the 32 that I saw? Yeah, here. I noticed that this is 32-bit. But yeah, if you switch to 64-bit Python, it should just fix itself, in theory. But yeah, that Oniguruma clone is an annoying hack that I had to do to make it build on Windows, because the thing about Windows is there's not a... So there's this concept in Linux and a similar one in macOS. I guess there's a concept in Linux and then there's a concept in BSD. In Linux, there's this thing called RPath, which allows you to... How do I explain this in words that aren't super complicated? I guess I can show it. Vlib site packages. Yeah. So this shared object, this SO file, is a like binary library that implements the guts of how that regex engine works. And if we do LDD, which is, I don't know, something to do with the linker, it tells you what libraries it links to. And so you can see here, I'll ignore that one for a sec. You can see that we link to like libpthread and libc. LD Linux is always there along with VDSO. You can kind of ignore those. But this one is the interesting one. It links to libonig blah blah blah.so.500. And it does this in a special way. So you can see that it's linking it to the full path relative to this directory. And actually, if we copy this VM, which normally like copying a virtual environment doesn't really work. That was super slow. Why was that super slow? Moving this file actually makes that still work. Site packages. You can see that now this refers to VM ASDF. And the reason that this works is this shared object uses what's called RPath. And RPath allows you to change the linker to look relative to the shared object file. And so it knows to look down one directory, so it looks in site packages, and then from there it descends into this directory and finds libonig. Actually, let's see, view RPath of... Sure, probably works the same for this. I don't want C code for this. Object dump, read ELF. Yeah, that's probably what I want. Read ELF this thing. I need some read ELF-D. Yeah, so you can see here's the RPath setting where it says look from $origin, which is the directory that the shared object is in, and then look at these here. But anyway, this is a roundabout way to say Windows does not support this, so you have to do some weird shit on Windows to make binary packages work. And so on Windows, this library is static linked, where on Linux and macOS it's dynamic linked. And the reason it's dynamic linked is because we can abuse RPath to make that work. Knowledge says this is beyond me as well. Yeah, I would not be surprised if this doesn't make any sense. It's probably just me babbling about programming words. But anyway, know that there's magic on Windows, or there's magic on Linux that does not work on Windows, is the TLDR. And so I had to do some other different broken magic to make it work there. And then I didn't bother with 32-bit because it's 2020, why are you running 32-bit programs? Explain like I'm a node developer. Damn, the shade. But shots fired, yeah. Is there an easy way to install all the packages that now appear under pip list in my new 64-bit version? Yes. So here's, I'll show you an example of how I would do that. We'll just do it with these two virtual environments. It's similar for non-virtual environments, but we'll do it here as well. So I'm going to activate VM2, then activate, and in VM1, the original one, you can run pip freeze, and that'll show you all of the packages that are installed. I'm actually going to grep this one out because we don't want that one. Grep -v -e. And so that gives you the list of all the packages that are installed, and then from there you can probably write that to a file. Since you're on Windows, you'd probably want to write it to a file. So you can write it to like r.text, and you can see r.text contains the list of all of your packages, and then you can do pip install -r r.text, and that'll install all of these packages in your new environment. And so you can see, after that's done, now this new environment has all of those packages as well. So that's how I would do that. So pip freeze, pipe it to a file, and then pip install -r with that. Recursive Chat says, are virtual environments only useful for development purposes? So, in my opinion, you should always use a virtual environment when working with Python. At least on like Linux and, also on macOS. And, kind of on Windows as well, although on Windows, Python doesn't really get involved with the operating system, so you can be a little bit more shoot from the hippie on that sort of deal. But I always use a virtual environment because it helps me isolate from the system packages as well as other things that I'm working on. And so in that case, it's useful for development, but it's also useful in production because you can basically compartmentalize up your app and deploy the particular dependencies that you need for it. So I tend to always use virtual environments myself. Now it says I'm a node dev, so it's okay if I say it. That should be a YouTube channel. Hey now, I don't need hate mail. I don't need people to like send me glitter bombs or whatever for talking shit about Node. So that's probably would be funny, but it's not gonna happen. But yes, I can get rid of this. Oh, that's because I fixed it. Well, fixed it. I broke a different thing, but fixed it. Here we go. So we need to change this condition to only apply to this one. Oh my god, the logic here is so complicated. I need to somehow figure out what's going on here. Glitter bombs are exactly a Node community thing to do, right? Hey!
WTB number 1.
Ethan is now the bits leader with 1 bits. Thank you, Ethan. Mime Fox says, what was the Node spiel? Oh, I was explaining some like super complicated, stupid thing about RPath, and everyone in chat was like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, "Don't worry about it. It's okay if you don't understand." And Knowledge said, explain it to me like I'm a Node developer.
I must not let this go unchallenged.
There's a corgi bit? That's so cute. Somebody come up with a joke about how many Node devs does it take to make a glitter bomb? Yikes. Is this war? Yes, we're slowly escalating 1 bit at a time. You could switch to exponential and then 1.1 million people will die. Too soon. I shouldn't have said that. Mistakes were made. Okay. If it doesn't start with a decorator, not a decorator, which is correct. This one is a decorator. TIL about Kappa HD. What's Kappa HD? I must not have whatever extension you have to show it. Oh, what? Why did it render? Why did it not render when recursive chat said it, but someone else said it earlier? What? I'm so confused. Oh, HT is a prime thing. Oh, I see. Updated version now with the 4 bits. There we go. The nice escalation there. Mindful Fox says you can make COVID-19 jokes because you're a survivor. True. Infinitely many node developers is needed, as node modules is so heavy it's a black hole. The Twitch flex, true. I didn't know that was a prime only thing, but now I know, I guess. Andrew Lane has entered the ring with 5 bits. No developers on Suicide Watch. Oof. Okay, so the problem here is so the problem here is it's really difficult at this point to know whether this is a one-line def or not. Actually, it's really hard to know. Search backwards for a def ancestor or tree root.
I only have 42 bits left PLZ.
The weird thing is it's not showing me... Oh, there we go. Did that change it for you guys in chat? Because it was showing the gift subs before, but now... Well, actually, so you can see what I'm looking at. I click this little button and it changes between gift subs and bits. And bitses. Bitsies. Oh, I guess it shows in chat too. I don't know if me switching that changes anything though. Hello Marco, hello. Now it says it's also easier to type :HD enter to get it instead of cap and not cap in case you end up with kapow. That's true. Marco says Babi is again making problems. Break up with her or it as it's an editor. Pavan Kumar P says, what does @property do? Yes. I can just show you real quickly. I get asked this a lot. I really need to put this in a video. It basically turns a function into an attribute that allows you to like do some computed stuff. Outdated version says cap of 43. Looks like Ethan has been knocked out of the race by outdated version. The escalation. Oops. Dash I t.py. So what property does is it changes this. So actually, let's copy this and make another one that's not computed. So if we access not computed, you'll see that we'll get a method back, and we have to call it to actually get it to run its function and print out the result. But @property changes this attribute, the computed attribute, to be computer. I can type. I know how to spell. It changes it to not need parentheses, so it changes it to look like an attribute. And this is useful for like adjusting your public interface to do special stuff. The way it actually works is property is a decorator which converts the thing into a descriptor, and the descriptor as a side effect of double under get calls function. But that's fancy implementation details that you don't need to know. But you can also take this computed.setter. You can make a setter version of it. Which allows you to change what happens. To change what happens when you assign to that attribute. Like this. And again, like it does some magic to turn this assignment into a function call. But that's properties.
Now I started the war once shall eat ice cream and watch from the sidelines as people are ravaged.
Why did it pause before it said ravaged? People are ravaged. Thank you, Knowledge. But yeah, it's like a getter knowledge. It works essentially the same way. That's some Jeopardy type shit. Bruh. -i, yeah, -i is pretty good. Basically runs a Python file and then drops you into an interactive shell. TTS is actually AI. That was excellent. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be a lot trickier than I expected. Because this is the first line that we're looking at, and then if we continue... this is the next logical line that we get. Oh, so this might not be... It didn't do it that time. It just said people are ravaged directly. Especially ravaged in Italy as they're dying every 2 minutes. Man, that's insane. What is the... it's like a... is it this one? Damn. That exponential curve. Oh, it's not so bad logarithmic, although there still is an uptick in logarithmic curve too. Wild. Jesus. The US is going to catch up very quickly. In fact, new cases is already above Italy. I'm surprised the deaths is lower than Italy. Maybe because it's spread out more. But does not look good. France is up there too. Oh. Mindful Fox says gold medal, here we come. Bigger capacity? Yeah, it could be. We gotta be #1 in everything, clearly. Yeah. You guys need to put yourself on lockdown for the next month. Hey man, I've been doing my part. Think I've left my house? No. I opened my front door today and I was like super scared. But it was just the guy delivering alcohol. But I made sure like wash my hands immediately afterwards. Like, do not take any chances here. Although I already got it, so what am I doing? But like, it's crazy. What's the meme that's like people dying out there? It's actually happening. It's wild.
Damn it, I made a bad choice.
Ethan has escalated. Mindful Fox says, give me the Rona, Anthony. We need to win. Yeah, we're gonna win this chart because winning is increasing the numbers, right? Although interestingly enough, what is it? DJI? Yeah. Interestingly enough, we have some stonks today, which I'm sure this will last, but like, still doesn't look good if you look at a 1 month. Boop. But yeah, we'll see what happens with stonks. But this is apparently due to the stuff that Congress did, or Trump said, or I don't fucking know. But you know what? We're gonna lose like 2 million people, but if the stock market survives, 8 out of 8, right? Italy is double the total of China. Yeah, in deaths. But this is, I think, mostly due to hospital capacity, which is really unfortunate. But also, like, let's see, do we have a graph of just China? Yeah, like China has, you know, basically stopped their spread, which is amazing. Like, but yeah, it's essentially stopped. Daily new cases, yeah, you can see essentially flatlined, but that's because they have like full strict government mandated lockdown. Oh no. What is this clip? What did I say? You guys need to put yourself on lockdown for the next month. Hey man, I've been doing my part. Think I've left my house? No. I opened my front door today and I was like super scared. But it was just the guy delivering alcohol. That is very 2020 me. Marcus says, yeah, the programmers everywhere are doing their part. It's true. What is this video? Am I gonna get rickrolled again? It's not a holiday. Oh man. Yeah, people need to stay home. Like I don't know. Are we still going up the curve? I think the US is still, yeah. Let's see, countries. US. Yeah. Oh my god. The US does not, oh man, 10,000 new cases just yesterday. That's crazy. That's not good. That's real not good. Interesting that Sunday, this is probably just a reporting error that Sundays is lower. But, this should say 379. Anyway, that's how those things work, right? Somebody said alcohol? Indeed I did, Sarcastic Dante, although I'm almost out. Which means I'll just have to get another one, right? No, it says, I'm luckily in a rural area so I can get some freedom. Yeah, it's true. Hey, what's up, me? That's a new color in chat. I don't think I've seen that before. Does it show that way for everyone? Maybe. Like a turquoisey blue. I like it. Bavin Kurmar P says, Mr. President wants to lift the lockdown after 14 days is finished. Yeah, he's like, by Easter, we should have everyone back to normal. And it's like, you see these graphs, my dude? Like, there's the one for the US. Like, I don't think this is getting solved in 2 weeks. This is already like what, slightly above. Oh, we're almost linear on the logarithmic scale, which is scary, but outdated version says, did I miss you officially being diagnosed with COVID? Or so I couldn't get tested, but I had all the symptoms and it was right after I came in contact with thousands of people. So it's very likely that I had it, but also like we'll never know because I couldn't get tested. They were basically like, unless you've been to China or Italy or been in contact with a known case, we're hoarding our tests. It's like, all right, fine. I'll just hang out in my room for 2 weeks and hope I don't die. But I didn't, apparently, because I'm here. You guys fail later, you'll need to involve the National Guard to close everything. Yeah, I mean, we really need like a true lockdown because people are still leaving their house. Mindful Fox says is alcohol expensed. If only, right? That'd be the real answer. Tech Daniel Streaming says, I come from northern Italy. I'm 31 and my wife is 27. The mean age of death in people in Italy is 79 years old. Less than 1% of people dead are less than 50 years old. And mostly with the other serious diseases, Italy has one of the older population. We decided to count all dead people with the coronavirus test positive. For example, Germany didn't decide to count the people with other pathologies. They're basically hiding the real numbers. Everything here is stable, young, and healthy. The stable, young, and healthy population safe. Yeah, that makes sense. Catherine says, I'm in a rural place, but a family brought it to the place and didn't fully quarantine. Now a bunch of people have to quit working and quarantine themselves due to exposure. Man, that's rough. Oh yeah, what does Poland say for you, sarcastic Dante? Still a exponential curve here. But the numbers are pretty low, but also still exponential, which is fun. But I'm sure it'll jump soon. All right, what am I looking at here, Marco? Ain't that the truth? Zayuka says, did you also lose your sense of smell and taste? I mean, it was definitely dulled. It was not like completely gone, but that like almost always happens when I get sick. Catherine says, I was actually really happy to be away from the cases, and now I might even have it. I'm not sick at the moment, but who knows? Yeah, it's true. Knowledge says, I'm suspecting you'll have antibodies after this, which could be testable. Yeah, that's true. In fact, I think Korea was developing a test. COVID test antibodies. Where is the one? It's a pregnancy to a different kind of result. You're pregnant! That would be... Sir, you don't have corona, but you're pregnant. Where's the one with the picture? I just want the picture. But apparently North Korea, South Korea is developing a test, or already developed a test that they're mass producing that detects antibodies. That would allow you to detect after the fact whether somebody had it or not. But there's oh, that hurt. Should stop rubbing my eye, you know. Alright, what is this that Andrew Lane's got me? Disk free -h/. Size 9.8, used 9.4, 100% usage. So this can happen for a number of reasons. I have achieved comedy. This can sometimes happen when you have deleted files that are still referenced by running programs, and so the disk usage doesn't necessarily match the capacity. He says, that generally happens when I get sick. Honestly, I'm fine with having it as long as one of the symptoms isn't a runny nose. I fucking hate that shit. Right. Oh, what is this clip? I'm sure it'll jump soon. Alright, what am I looking at here, Marco? Oh. It's true, it's true, it's true. I like it. Hey, what's up, James Smith? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There are about 12 tests that have been developed, but they still need to go through some rigorous testing. That's true. Check the caption. Oh, which caption? Oh, the programmer caption? Yeah, no, I read that already. Let's see, Metalstorm says, inode still being accessed, also known as leaking file descriptors / handles. Yes. Yes. You spelled your wrong, James Smith. Also, you have enough channel points to, what? Okay. Bot got banned in another stream yesterday. Is James Smith a bot? Let's see. Account created 11 hours ago, following since 1 minute ago. It could be a bot. Yeah. Are you still in California? Yes, I'm still in California. The account is only 11 hours old. Although, typed like a human. You're not a bot? You're just trolling? I see. Hello, hello. Me says, question since I'm new here, what are you doing / do? Well, usually I try and write code, but we've clearly done a lot of that so far. But usually what I work on is Python stuff, and I work on a number of different things that I maintain. Most of them are related to linters or code formatters or other tools like that. So like one of the things that I maintain is called precommit. I created this thing called precommit, which is a linter GitHooks framework thingy thing. But yeah, the TLDR of this tool is you set up a configuration which tells you what linters you want to use, and then it manages installing them and running them on files. So often I'll do maintenance of that. What I've been doing for most of my recent streams is working on my own text editor, which now that I realize how difficult this patch is, I might just stop working on this and instead work on my text editor, because that would be probably something more interesting to work on. But this is my text editor. I wrote it from scratch. It is loosely based on Nano, but it has full syntax highlighting. You might recognize this highlighting as the one from VS Code, if that ever opens. Hey, what's up, Tech Daniel streaming? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, my text editor implements the same highlighting engine as Visual Studio Code, the same theming engine as well. So this is me using the Visual Studio Code theme, although you can actually use a bunch of different themes. I mean, any Visual Studio Code theme to work on it. Config babi. So if we wanted to use, for example, Horizon, which is, I believe, the theme that the mod that sometimes shows up uses. Hayden, where are you? We miss you. So you can see here's a different theme. This is the one that my coworker likes to use. So this is the theme called SMIC, which colors are kind of nice. Kind of like it. It has some nice like italicized comments and stuff. But I usually leave it at the Visual Studio one, because sometimes people will hop into my stream and they'll be like, wait, how do you have Visual Studio in your terminal? What are you doing? What is this wizardry? But so I think that's kind of funny, so I leave it like that. But yeah, that's some of the stuff that I work on stream. The thing that I wanted to work on was this editor, or not this editor, this bug here, but it seems hard, so I'm probably just not gonna work on it. But yeah, oh man, I'm so far behind on chat now. Let's see. I'm not a bot. My mailbox says, where can I exchange my channel points into USD? Right, if only that were a thing, because I have infinite channel points, and then I can have infinite USD. Hey, what's up, Herald of the Rocks? Hello, hello. Who says, you wrote Dead Snakes? I think I used that a couple of weeks ago. So I'm not the original creator of Dead Snakes, but I'm the current maintainer. A couple of years ago, well, that's not where I wanted to go. This is where I wanted to go. A couple of years ago, right after Python 3.6 came out, I was like, hey, I would really like Python 3.6 packages. And the maintainer was like, I don't have time to do this, but I'll show you how to build them, and then you can take over. And I was like, cool, sounds like a good idea to me. And that was my first mistake. No, I kind of enjoy doing it. Building packages is kind of fun. It's a lot of work, though, unfortunately. Well, it's a lot of work when things break. When things don't break, it's super easy. It's just like run the scripts, and like I've almost fully automated the whole setup. But when things don't work, then it's messy and not as fun. But yeah, I maintain Dead Snakes now, and so like most of the package uploads in recent history are me. Although Felix is the previous maintainer, he drops in from time to time and still works on it a little bit. But I do almost all of it now. Hey, what's up, Ty Cabmo? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We will protect our homeland. Protect by staying home. Yeah. Update the homeland command. Yeah, it is a $215 keyboard, but I really like it. It's so nice. Here's my keyboard. I actually have two of them now because I liked it so much that I bought one for myself. But it's stuck at work right now, which I can't go to because lockdown. I don't even know if the office is open. I would hope it's not, but yeah, you never know. Some people probably don't have access to that. Someone asked whether Babi uses language servers, and I lost that message, but it was somewhere up there. But no, it's not yet using language servers. It's using TextMate grammars. Local share Babi. TextMate syntax. So these are the current grammars that I have installed. I can add and remove these as I see fit. I actually want to work on packaging these at some point, because right now it's like super clunky to add these, and it would be nice if you could just be like, you know, pip install Babi grammars, and then suddenly you have all the syntax highlighting. But I haven't done that yet. I have some ideas on how to do it. We might work on that. Daybreak is the better Horizon Kappa, says Cat5. Nice. But yeah, it does support a bunch of different languages. It's not just for Python. Oops, that was not what I wanted to open up. So like, here's it highlighting an INI file, for instance, or like, let's see, demo files. Like here's a bunch of other files. Like here's a markdown file which has embedded CSS, and this is actually highlighted as CSS. It'd be better if I like actually used a real element here, but you can see like this is a XML file that's being highlighted. It's a little bit weird because of this invalid thing here, and so that's why the rest of the file is messed up, but that's just the way the grammar works. I didn't do that. It just, that's how it's configured. Here's some PowerShell being highlighted. Here's some Rust. This is a patch file. Oh. I didn't think about that. I should probably fix that. Hey, what's up, Dark Fiber Dev? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let me make myself a bug report. Guys, I should probably disable the trailing white space highlighter when it's highlighting diffs, shouldn't I? Because it really doesn't make sense here. I did not think about that. Disable trailing white space checker for patch files. Probably doesn't make too much sense there. Oh, that's gonna be so complex to implement though, due to the way the code works. Gross. But anyway, yeah, patch files. Here's a little C file. This was I just made a very small C file because it was enough to break the editor at the time, but now I have fixed the editor, so it no longer has that problem. It's weird that this white space is colored. I don't know why they would do that. Anyway. Here's some YAML. This used to be broken, so I had to fix that. And I don't know, a bunch of other stuff as well. Andrew Lane says, "Am I the mod that shows up sometimes?" You're trying to get modded. Michael Fox says, "Where are you now?" I'm in my house. actually, as you can tell. Well, you guys can see on camera, of course. He says, what does your text editor do that you wanted from a text editor, or is this just to learn how to make them in general? I built it for a couple of reasons. One of them is I primarily use Nano, and it's written in C, and it's not really that easy to hack on. Like it's 10,000 lines of C and not that fun to work with. So I wanted something that I could add features to pretty easily. And I think Babi fits that. In fact, like someone on stream, Sarcastic Dante, who's I believe in the chat right now, added a command to it in like a couple lines of code. So you can now do Control P, and you can find previous files. And oops, oh, but I'm not in the right directory. You can do Control P to open files, and so you can open previous files. And this was like a really easy patch. Let's see if we can show that. So yeah, all he had to do was basically write this little function here, and that was enough to add that functionality to Babi. And so it's pretty easy to hack on, so that was one of the reasons. The actual reason was that Babi, or that Nano removed a feature that I really, really like in the newer-ish versions, and so I want a text editor that still has that feature. And that feature is code formatters, which I still haven't implemented in Babi, but we'll get to that eventually. But the other reason is I wanted to learn how curses works, and oh boy have I learned how curses works, because Necleric has a haha shrug left. That's the closest thing to a wave I have. Yeah. Hopefully that answers that. Marcus says squash the bug. Oh no, what did you clip me doing this time? The endless river. Man, you guys are super clip happy today. The thing that I wanted to work on was this editor, or not this editor, this bug here, but I don't. It seems hard. So it seems hard, so probably not. Yeah. You guys like don't clip very often, but today you're just like clip here, clip there. I like it. I like clips. Clips are great. Ethan says, I can't wait to upgrade to Focal. Yeah, it should be there in like 1 month. Let's see. Ubuntu 20.04 release dates. Maybe I'll stream upgrading to Focal when it gets released. April 23rd. Okay. We got a month. But we'll see what happens then. I think it's shipping with Python 3.8. What is that? Focal fossa. Focal is a common English word meaning center or most important part. Fossa is a cat-like animal found in Madagascar. Improved default theme. Upgraded GNOME. No more Amazon app. Praise be. I purged it on mine, but upgraded kernel, ZFS. No more Python 2. Which means that I'll be maintaining a Python 2 package. Yeah. But should be fun. Hi, Cabmo says, what are you making? Oh, actually, I skipped. Tech Daniel Streaming says, what is the model of the keyboard? So you can do bang keyboard, and then I'll show you the keyboard. It is a Code V3 with Cherry clears. Clears? Yeah, clears. Keep the patch file white space highlighting. It looks more elite. Okay, maybe we'll leave it there. Angela next says pip install babi-grammar. Yeah, I think I want to make that happen. Maybe Lex or something. Oh yeah. Sarcastic Dante says yeah, but I'm playing the piano. Trying to play the piano. There you go. Nice. Hey, what's up, Rafon Tex? I don't know how to pronounce that, but welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Psychode says, I think it's pronounced fossa. Wouldn't surprise me. Are you clipping me saying that I want more clips? Or are we just gonna go duper and duper? You guys like don't clip very often, but today you're just like clip here, clip there. I like it. I like clips. Clip here, clip there. Oh man, you guys are rich on channel points. If only you could do something with them, right? What are my other channel point things? Oh, they're like emojis and stuff. Send a message in sub-only mode. Well, I don't do sub-only mode because I feel like that's dumb. But maybe one day I will make, fancy stream stuff so that things happen in real life. Haircut equals clip here and clip there. Yeah. Okay, so should we try and make that syntax thing work? The syntax packaging? That way you don't have to run this janky download syntax script. Yeah, I think we'll make a package for that. LSP sounds better. Yeah, that's hard. Okay, so let's make a new repository for that. I think I'll necessarily have to change how babi does the syntax lookup though. Oh, my page loaded this time. New repository, babi grammars. Some pip installable package to provide syntax grammars for babi. And we'll make it public. Ethan says, wait, they pushed it back? I thought Focal was going to be released at the beginning of April. So I feel like it's usually released at the end of April. Let's see, when was Bionic? Ubuntu Bionic release date. Yeah, this was the 26th. What about Xenial? 21st. Trusty. 17th. So they've just been getting later and later. Before that, it would be Precise. April 26th. That one was late. What about Lucid? Thanks. No shit. Alright, well, I guess we don't know the actual date for that one. But, let's see. Okay, so I've thought about this a bit. Oops. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Let's see, what all do we need to copy? We need to copy. Probably don't need Azure pipelines because we're not gonna run. Oh, maybe we'll run. We'll run pre-commit. Don't need coverage. We don't need activate, deactivate. We need our license. But I'm probably going to package up the other things licenses as well. So we'll need that. We need a pre-commit config. We need a readme. Requirements dev. Setup.cfg. We already have setup.py. We won't need talks. We'll copy that here. What is wat.py? B22 plus C and boom. Oh yeah, I found a bug in the debugger. Python 3. All right, so if I B22 and then press C, it crashes the debugger, which is weird. And it only seems to do it in 3.6. If I try on Python 3.7, this fails because my code is garbage. But I was trying to debug why my implementation of this. It was essentially a leak code problem, but. This is a special one that I had not seen before. The really weird thing is exception ignored in async generator object AG. And if we look at AG, where this comes from, it's in... And I don't remember how I found this. Python 3.6... types.py? Yeah. This is the one that's crashing. Why that crashes, I have no idea. It makes no sense to me. Like, there's nothing about this that should crash. But it does for some reason, so... Anyway, that's what wat.py is. If you want to be scary and then skin disease, clip here and clip there. Yeah. You have to make sure no coronavirus gets into the hardware, true. Knowledge says, are you looking forward to updating the newest LTS? Yeah, kind of. I imagine a lot of my stuff's going to be broken. But I'm hoping... I'm probably going to build a new... or start from scratch and build a new virtual machine. Because I have not had good experiences with dist upgrade in the past. I know it's supposed to be like super safe, whatever. But usually it involves like 8 hours of me fucking with packages, and I don't have time for that shit. So I'll probably just make a new virtual machine. You know, disk space is essentially free anyway. Andrew Lane says my computer finally agreed to VirtualBox. Nice. Hey, what's up, Panos Track? Welcome back. Marco8137 says, what you do not have is word-based movement in the editor or line-based like Vim. So that does exist. You can jump by words. It's control with arrow key. Is this what you mean by line-based, where you can scroll the editor? Or are you saying that I don't have like HJKL, which you're right, I don't have HJKL. I don't have modal editors. Cat5 says, using Nano while working on Babi, shame. Oh, so actually, because I still have muscle memory for Nano, when I type Nano, it actually is running Babi. So it's sneaky, it's not actually Nano. If I want to run Nano, I have to do /bin/nano. And it'll look like this. So if you see this coloring, this is Nano, not the like VS Code coloring. So I am actually using Babi all the time. I a little brain fart there where I was like, can't say the word Nano, not saying Nano. Wait, which editor? Babi? Nano? Babi. So that's why I like paused and paged to disk there, but yeah. Panos Track says, my code is garbage, we already know that. True. Yeah, it's a little sneaky. Knowledge says, do you know the way to audit / monitor an application / benchmark? It depends on the language for me. Like, I know how to profile Python code using, like, you know, the Python profiler. And, like, I don't know, there's been time to do, like, peak memory usage and, like, execution time. But, yeah, I don't know that I've really done, like, high-level profiling of stuff other than those sorts of approaches. Unhot says, what are you making? Is there a command? Yeah, you can use bang project. Bang project. I'm in the middle of stuff. I'm not really working on anything right now. We're hopefully gonna be working on Babi to make these syntaxes less manual to set up. Lightspeed says Vim is greater than Nano. Right. Well, what about Babi? What about Babi? Where's a file that I can open? Sure, this one. Babi is better than Nano. Babi's greater than all, right? Let's see. strace, BPF, LSOF, top. Yeah, those are decent. And htop. Hey, what's up, Larry Cook, who says, hee ho. You're from Germany, right? I guess technically I had some ancestors that were German way back when. But I think I'm 3 generations removed from anyone that didn't live in the United States. But my ancestry is a plurality Italian, then some Polish, some German, and some Czechoslovakia or Czech Republic. But that's my ancestry for the most part. A European mutt. White. There you go. White. Metal Storm says Pi Spy is good for remote Python profiling. Yeah, I've looked at Pi Spy before. Knowledge says Vavu is less than Babi. True. Mamp is greater than Nanu is greater than Babi. No, you got it backwards. This is an Electron app. Oh, yeah. You would have to play with, like, V8's profiling, in theory. Whoa. Those are some good emotes, Psychode. But yeah, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was showing... Well, that was that thing. I don't want to CD into the Git directory. Okay, so we're going to make a package called Babi Grammars. Start with 0. Description, a text editor. Grammars for Babi. Long description. Okay, so we're gonna have license files instead of license file, because we're gonna be including all of the licenses of the grammars that we're going to install. So we'll be updating this eventually. Actually, I bet. Oh, that's annoying. Well, we can fix that. So it sorted this wrong. It should have just kept this up here. Also, it added back license file. GitHub asatilly / setup CFG formats. What is the difference between these two? Setup tools, license files. No, I did not, Google. Let's see, license file. One of them is stir, the other one is a comma list. I guess we can look at the history, that'll help us. License file. In version 420.0. Add support for license files option instead of just CFG to automatically include multiple license files in a source distribution. Okay. So I guess both of them exist? I think... Well, that was slow to load. Wasn't slow the second time, though. Okay, so I think the fix is to just put license files here. Which now needs to go on another line. Do you have any dependencies? I do. Today I learned a group of Italians are called a plurality. Oh, by plurality I mean that I don't have a majority of background, but I have more than any other thing. Penistrax says, have you released Babi on PyPI? Yes, I have. It is currently version 0.0.2. I'm going super zero versioned here. It still says a text editor eventually. But yeah, a lot of stuff works. But yeah, it is on PyPI, but the grammars are not. You have to like clone Babi and do a bunch of weird stuff. Let's see. Set up CFG format. Okay. Cool. So that at least puts it in the right order now. Is there some other thing in here that I have to do? I know there's some special list handling, but... Oh, that's where I do it, down here, probably. Classifiers. Here we go. Oh, we pass it in as a list. Trim by classifiers. Oh, we load them and then we put them right back. Okay, so cool. We don't have to do anything there. Add support for license files. 420, right? Unhot says, I'm left-handed. I use my left index finger to hit B. I super cheat when I type. I don't even. I'm pretty sure I mostly just use these 4 fingers to type. But I'm fast enough, you know. It works. Oh, now I'm like super thinking about typing. It's throwing me off my game. But yeah, I cheat a lot when I type. I'm right-handed, but you know, those 4 fingers do most of it. I'm making a pull request just because I haven't built this project in a while, so I'm not sure. It's possible the test broke. I guess I could have ran them locally. Talks, some version. Can start updating these. We don't have any packages. Yeah, we're not gonna have any packages here, I guess. No dependencies either. We'll still require a new version of Python, but it actually doesn't matter. We won't have any console scripts. We won't have any packages. Okay, but we will have options dot... What was it called? I think it's called data files. And then my syntax heading is broken here. This is the planned setup that'll look like this. We won't have any tests, so we don't need coverage. We'll probably still run MyPy. Okay, but I think that's what that's gonna look like. Okay, test passed. I probably could have just pushed directly to master. Wow, pre-commit's the slow part? Because it missed the cache? Yeah, it missed the cache. Well, it hit the cache, but it also missed. There is a cache miss. Okay, it took 4 seconds to miss the cache? That's ridiculous. Why? Oh well, such is life. What are you doing? Post job checkout. What are you doing? Azure Pipelines, why? Panostrike says that color scheme reminds me of the Visual Studio default theme. This is actually the VS Code default theme. So if it reminds you of that, it's because it's exactly the same. Yeah. Because I have put config babi theme. It's a symlink to the Visual Studio Code theme. Right here, dark VS. The Endless River says, where is /.config babi theme.json on Windows? It is, on Windows, it's home/conf. You still would make the same directory. So instead of tilde, it's your home directory. So, let's see. So when you start command prompt, you actually start in your home directory. And so you can see this is my config directory. And that's where my theme is. But yeah, that's how you would do that. So you would make this directory, then make this directory, and then put in theme.json there. And you can pick any Visual Studio Code theme. And I'm using, I forget what the theme is called. Oops. Called like Midnight or something. I don't know. I just picked some other theme that was different than the Visual Studio Code one. This is the one that I have installed on my laptop. Kind of like it. I mostly just like this blue. I'll probably make my own theme that uses this blue. But anyway, that's the thing. Andrew Lane says, I just got rickrolled by Typeracer. Nice. How did that happen? Was it somebody's name and you like clicked on it, or? Oh, it made you type. Tell you how I'm feeling, gotta make you understand, never gonna give you up. Yeah. some good jams there, right? 44 words per minute though, right? Now it just says, using those XDG standard directories. I like, yes. Yeah, we're sticking with XDG, even on Windows. Don't at me. Okay, yeah, we merged that, so we gotta make a release. It went down because I stopped to take the screenshot. Ah, I see. What are you atting me for? Oh, because I said don't at me. I feel like sometimes I'm like Smarter Child and I completely forget what I said like 5 seconds prior. Oh, man, I miss Smarter Child. Those were the days. Pull prune. This is technically a feature release. Or is it a patch? Yeah, we'll err on the side of caution. I probably have to add more files to readme. Do I really not dog food this? I don't. Huh. Oh well. What version am I bumping this to? Yeah, 8. 1.8.0. Somebody asked me earlier why I'm using Azure Pipelines. I will get to that in a second. But I forgot to read it because... What am I doing? There we go. We're unmuted? Yeah, we're unmuted. Cool. Get bush origin head text. Yeah, so someone asked me earlier why I use Azure Pipelines. My main reason for using Azure Pipelines is I can use a really succinct configuration to make it work using template repositories. So I've created a template repository, which basically I use these 7-ish lines to include the templates. And then to actually set up my job configurations, it's really simple. So this one sets up a whole job for pre-commit. And this one is parameterized based on the pythons I want to target and the operating system I want to target. And it knows how to run talks in the way that I always run talks. So like these 4 lines, for instance, expand out to like 100 lines of YAML that I would otherwise have to copy and paste and like figure out exactly the right thing to do. 101 lines. So that's why I use Azure Pipelines. There is like a big downside in that it's super clicky. It takes a lot of clicks to set up. But I really like this feature. And GitHub Actions, even though it's the same backend, doesn't have the same front end, and the front end is what's really nice. So that's that. Ethan says I should move to setup.cfg more. I'm a big fan of setup.cfg because it's data, so it's really easy to manage. Panos Jack says, I love that you always tile your terminals, but don't want to spend some minutes learning a tiling manager. So I ran i3 to appease chat one stream a long while ago. And I don't know, it's just not for me. It was like way more pain than it was worth, in my opinion. Hey, what's up, Haney Codes? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Also, I use the mouse all the time, so like, I'm a mouse noob. And tiling managers just like don't really fit well for mouse noobs like me. Hey, what's up, Code Things? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope day is going well. Codex says, what pipeline tool do you prefer? So I don't really do any pipelines per se. I guess like, you mean like CI tools? I really like GitHub Actions and I really like Azure Pipelines. I used to like Travis, but then they've kind of been shitty recently, so. Heaven Kumar P says, can you enter a type racer competition and show your speed? I guess I can do one. Last time I was so fast I got captured though, so we'll see what happens. Whoa, what is going on? Okay. I'm also a little bit inebriated. Ah! That was super slow! Alright, we're gonna do it again. So last time I did this was 119, so this is like pretty bad. We gotta do better than 79. That's just pathetic. Boom! Okay, that was better. 185? Yeah, that's alright. Take a short typing test. What the fuck? Yeah. Okay. Wait, it certified me at a lower number. Whatever. Such is life. Okay, anyways, I did that. Are you happy now? The Endless River says, finally on Windows. Oh, did you get Babi working? Hey, got Babi working. Nice. That looks pretty good, including the trailing white space working. Babi works! They miss a lot of pain and then it becomes addiction. Let's see. Metal Storm says on Azure DevOps, users may experience build delays due to capacity constraints due to increased demand from the global pandemic. Is that actually true? That's kind of amazing. It doesn't really make, it doesn't really surprise Alan much. Haney Code says, are you using Linux? This is Ubuntu, but this is Windows, so yes-ish. Ethan says, have to head out. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around in the future. Sure. Look, you've been captured again. Yep. Indeed. 105 is too good. I did 119 last time, but I also wasn't drinking then, so that's what I'm gonna blame it on. Also, I really don't like the word consciousness. Something about typing that just, ugh. That's where I slowed down. Consciousness. Because I always, for whatever reason, I always mix up conscious and conscience. Which, like, I know they're different, but, like, something in my brain just, like, trips when I try and type both those words. So, anyway, the roundabout thing that we did to upgrade this thing. So we go to, oh, we can just do pre-commit auto update. We don't need all those fancy auto update. Just use a fancy tool that's designed to do this. Most of these things should be up to date because most of them are my tool. Oh, in fact, only one updated. Cool. Cool. Okay, so we will be appending license files here. We can actually probably just leave this empty for now. And we'll be appending files here, is the plan. But we're basically going to build a script similar to this one that downloads all these grammars. And then we'll probably just add a bunch of them, because why not? These are the ones that we already added because I wanted them, but we can probably just go through like Visual Studio's list and, you know, add most of them. At least that's the plan. Babi bin make grammars. No, that's not what I wanted. Make dir bin and okay, so oh, we already have the script. Cool. So I'm probably going to change the structure of this because now we want to pull in the license as well as the file itself. Yeah. And we can probably get rid of the extension because we don't really care how slow it is. We definitely don't need this. Babi slash share. Oh no, it would be share slash Babi. Share slash Babi slash. We'll call it grammar. Although I don't think that's what I called it before. Local share Babi. We call it TextMate syntax. I don't like that it does this. I don't know what's up with that. Probably a bug in the highlighting there. Programmers don't need to spell. We've got IntelliSense, right? Yeah. Only if it were that simple. And so I'm actually going to change the naming scheme of these for reasons. It won't actually change. I won't need to change any code for Babi yet, but I thought of an optimization that I can make later just based on the names here, where I can do more lazy loading instead of eagerly loading everything all the time, which is a little bit expensive or not great. But yeah. Okay, so we can get rid of this. So we're gonna use repository version and license path, which would be a stir, and then file path, and then grammar path. So it'll be slightly different than the structure that we had before. Also, we need the scope name. Actually, we can just pull this out of the file itself, so we don't need that. Let's see. So let's try and convert this list that we have right now. So, repository equals kdev.com/Jeff Hyken CPP text made grammar. I don't know why I'm typing this out. Version equals, so we had this little string here. License path. That's where we'll have to do a little bit of research. License. And then... Actually, this should be grammars, because sometimes they provide more than one. Holster. No trans comma. Don't need to turn that type into a tuple type. Tuple type. Yeah, because this one has a bunch of them. C++.macro.embedded. This code was auto-generated from a Ruby file. Hey, what's up, Michael Haney97? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Scope name. Yeah, so it does have a scope name there. So we're just going to download all of these, I guess. So what now, adding parsing? No, we already have parsing. We're just making it easier to automatically download all of these. What was the folder called? Syntaxes. So we're adjusting this slightly. Oh, man, it's so good. I'm really liking Babi. It's good. I like it. Okay, so I need to convert all of these into this structure, basically. What do you mean invalid regex? Oh, this needs to be escaped. Cool. You didn't write all of the syntax highlighting? No, someone else wrote grammars for these. I have modified some of them, so like I modified the Rust one and the XML one. But no, they're the same grammars that get used by Visual Studio Code. Version equals. Oh, I used a long hash for this one. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Feb 69. I'm this many years old. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. License file is this. And grammars. Only one for that one. Cool. Margot says, have you ever used Yak? No, I have not, but I have good things about it. Or I have heard good things about it. That's how I words. I'm Deegan says, hey, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Can't complain. Well, I could complain, but you guys don't want to hear me complain because that's, well, maybe you do want to hear me complain. So it is the same one used by Visual Studio Code, but it was originally used by TextMate. These are called TextMate syntaxes. But my parser is more closely based on the Visual Studio Code one because the TextMate is they're all super under specified in their description of how the things work. So I think they're all going to be on GitHub. So until I'm proved wrong, we're just going to use the short name for the repository and not the full URL, just so I don't have to type as much. License path. So this part's gonna be super tedious, unfortunately. Andrew Lane says, why don't you create github.com/babi/grammars? Because somebody already took Babi. Sadly. This dude is named Babi. Hey, can you give up your GitHub handle so that I can make a text editor? Please? I could make babi-editor, that's true. What am I coding? I'm working on a text editor. In fact, I'm working on the syntax, making a syntax bundle a lot easier to use. Right now, it's kind of a pain in the butt. So I'm trying to make that better. I could do Babi editor, you're right. Probably. Yeah, let's do that. New organization. This one. Me. Next. Welcome to GitHub. Add people. Me. Already in there. Complete setup. Dang it. Oh, I saw the muscles moving in your arms, so now I know your password, right? Okay, so now there's a Babi editor org. I guess I could move that repository. We'll do that later. But anyway, I've reserved the name. That's the important part. The King Naz says, what's up? I'm currently creating an information flow monitor for a compiler. The difference is that it's an OCaml. Not so common to see people working with compilers. Yeah, but I hear OCaml is really good for that, though, right? Why don't you use @github/star syntax that allows modification? Because I can always change it later, you know? I read your lips and now I know the password, right? Margo says, using Nano and the things that are based on that is a pain in the ass. Well, I like Babi, so there. It's good, I like it. Lol. Alright, so this one is called license. And contrib syntax textmate. Contrib. Syntax. Ooh, they removed the Vim syntax files. Oh, because they got added to Vim directly. I see. Oh, there's a nano one. Look at that. Okay, so this is the path that we want. Wow, that path is really, really long. It's fine. Okay, so this class is poorly named. It should really be called repository. And we'll... Oh, dang it. Let's undo that replace since it was a greedy regex. Okay. Call it repo. There we go. Oh, I fucked that up. Bad regexes are bad. Okay, no backslash. There we go. I should probably have done like 1 or 2 at a time. Oh, there's still something broken. There we go. Okay. Let me replace this string out. Should make these slightly easier to make. Yeah, this is a lot easier than what I was doing before. We still have to figure that out. Grammars equals this. We'll just run down the list. And I can do the busy work later. Version equals this. Grammars equals this. I happen to know that there's more that one, so yeah. But we deleted the one after it because I know that one is already handled. Ooh, we got a Microsoft one here. Repository. Oh, this also is great because it gives me a place to move these forks so they don't sit in my namespace. Version license path is equal to this that we'll put in later. The only downside to moving Babi into an organization is I won't get notified when people start it, which is sad, but what are you gonna do, I guess. Why Moby removed the syntax? Oh, because they moved it into Vim itself. It's your baby, the baby project. No, pre-commit's my baby. This is just my baby. That one's only 7 long. Dang it, me. Oh well. It's fine. Almost done with the tedium. Repository. Version equals. I promise this will become more interesting once I get through this tedious part. Cybergenic says, did you hear about what George Hotz is doing? He's working on hacking COVID-19. I haven't heard about that. Interesting. The King Naz says the hard part is that it's functional programming, so our normal mind needs to change a bit, but yeah, it's okay. Nice. You use Emacs, that's true. That's true, sarcastic Dante. This is why you need multi-cursor. Yeah, I think I already said that, but I will say it again. There's some stuff on Kaggle about it. Interesting. Comma Frenzy comma looks like a penis. Yeah, it does kind of look like a penis. It does indeed. You know, when you're looking for dicks, you'll find them everywhere. Even with multi-cursor though, I don't know that this would actually be better because the offsets are all different. But, you know, sometimes you gotta do tedious stuff. Be the human said that you want to be. I should also sort these as well. I'll probably write some code to do that instead. License path equals, because I'm going to write some updating code for this. That's why I'm keeping the version, repository, and files separate. License path. Oh, praise be. We're done with that part. Childish minds you have. Shakes head. We literally see them all day long on Twitch with ASCII art. It's inevitable. Andrew says, my gift sub ends 2 days before 2004. Nice. Rip. JBCool123 says, hello. Well, hello, hello. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel. Hope you're doing well. Okay. We've written these out. Oh, I need to find all the license files now. Okay, you are the first one that I didn't find. And... oh no, where's your license? No. The license is in the README. An exception is made. Not otherwise, files in the repository fall under the following license. Well, I do not have a license file like everyone else. Unless it's hidden in one of these files. Folders. Let's see. But that probably means all the other TextMate ones are gonna do the same thing. Oh, that's so gross. Oh well, your license file is now readme.md. maybe someone can send a patch to switch their thing to use an actual license file. Oh, we should check if they have any other syntaxes. They do not. Alright, please have a license file. Oh, you don't have one either. That's annoying. That's annoying. Okay, and then this one had multiple syntaxes, if I recall correctly. Yeah, both of these. To do, there's more! Indeed. Readme.md pound license. Yeah, it's true. The problem is, like, I need to, like, copy their file out. Now it says make a PR, but remember to fill in their PR template. Okay, now I'll put it to do with the text ugh. We'll figure out what to do with those later. Because I imagine the correct thing to do is to parse the README and then muck with the files. It's also like such a weird, like not full license. But this one has the same problem. Why can't you be a standard thing that doesn't suck? World may never know. Okay, you're Microsoft, so surely you have license in the right spot. Oh, thank goodness. License. What is this file? Oh, it's the same. And license, cool. Cool, cool, cool. This repository no longer exists. Solid. You'd love to see it. Also, MIT license. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. And this one just has one file. Nice. Baby Cool says, "What are you doing?" I'm working on. So I have built a text editor which has syntax highlighting, and right now it's a real pain in the butt to enable the syntax highlighting as a consumer of the editor. So I'm trying to make that something that someone can just run pip install, and they'll just get all of the grammars automatically. So I'm building some automation to set a package up for that, basically. So all this metadata that I'm setting up will hopefully make this easier. In theory. So this is a fork. Why is it a fork? Why are you 1 commits behind? Why did you fork? Oh, they changed for VS Code. What is the 1 commit here? They added MK extension. Alright, so that's fine. That's fine. That is good. This one has an actual license, right? The Microsoft license and the TextMate license. Oh, thank goodness. You are the best. Praise be. Actual reasonable setup. This grammar is wild. This one includes all sorts of other stuff. Edorphos says, "Can the plist file itself contain a license text, since the README suggested it doesn't apply if the file contains it itself?" Well, it's a good question. Where is one of the ones that we had? Let's see if this one has it. Syntax, INI. Nope. No license in here. Yeah, so I'm just going to assume that they don't. For simplicity. Although parsing a license is going to be a whole lot of fun. Okay, that one just has one. Shell editor syntax. What is your license? Just straight license. And there's only one syntax there. That's cool. And then once we get the current set of languages working, we can work on adding more. So like I know I haven't added Puppet yet, or not Puppet. I haven't added JavaScript yet. I've added Puppet. That's what I'm doing right now. But yeah, I haven't done the one for JavaScript, so we'll do that one eventually. You're missing a quote in the license for Markdown. I am indeed. Thank you for that. It would be... I'm planning to make a plugin for Babi that highlights mistakes like that, like unterminated quotes, unterminated parentheses. But I haven't done that yet. But soon that'll be a thing. Magic Python. Hey, what's up, JBCool123? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the catch on that outdated version. Does Babi support extensions? Not yet. But I plan to like build a little plugin API eventually. But I haven't done that yet. If I remember right, this one has more than one grammar. Also, look, I am the last person. Python console, Python traceback. Text.python.console. Interesting. I don't think we'll... Well, we might as well include it, right? What could go wrong? It contains a license. Interesting. We'll skip those. I don't think they're important. We just want... yeah, we're still listening to music. Do I need this one? Source.regexp.python. Yeah, we'll include this one. Well, I screwed up all sorts of parentheses there. Cool. Oh look, it's me. Oh, welcome back, Ethan. Hello, hello. No one will use Babi for JavaScript, it's too fast. Looking for a maintainer, see this one. Yeah. Have they made any commits since then? Nope. Has anyone stepped up for the maintainer shipper? Nope. I'm not gonna maintain it. I maintain too much shit. Eighthwall says, what do you think of the fact that Black is a PSF project now? I don't think it really changes much. It was written by a core dev to begin with, so it's not that it's much different now. Yeah, I think it means that it has better opportunities for funding, but I don't think it actually changes much about how the project will operate. So, shell script. Interesting one. Like I expect it to carry on as usual. Grammars. These real? The shell session a real one? I guess so. P Greek. For those people that have funny cursors, I guess. Or funny prompts. Okay, so we'll include this one as well. Yeah, this is a fun one. Not gonna talk about this one. Not gonna talk about this one. That's okay. Are there any in the grammars folder? XSL is also in there. And then Fixmates YAML, which probably also has that same annoying readme one. Sarcastic Dante, so let's talk about this one. Let's not talk about that. Ugh, this is the same shitty setup. But actually, I liked the idea that we had before with the anchor naming in here. But let's see, what does it look like? Raw. Oops, not blame, raw. We'll do this because it's a little error, which is fine. Cool. Okay, so we've got all of those now. I'm sure MyPy will be happy with this, right? Surely it knows that these are all callables that take bytes and return arbitrary object. Okay. Catherine says, there's some controversy about Black coming under the PSF, just like PEP8 package, whether or not it should be official, if memory serves me well. Yeah, they basically said that while it is under PSF, it's not an official stance of how Python will be formatted. So they were at least clear about that. Hey, what's up, K Wiggly? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, how do I want to do this? So I've set it up so that I use git clone to get these. I kind of want to record what versions we already have so we can do this incrementally. Let's just make it work, and then we can make it... We'll make it slow, and then we'll make it fast later. No destination, we don't even need any argument parsing. C grammar dir equals share babi. What do I call it? Share babi text main syntax. So it's the same as before. And then license dir equals licenses. So we'll do that. The endless river asks, what does argparse do in comparison to sys.argv bracket bracket? I'll give you an example. it basically does all of your argument parsing for you. So in this example, like, I made an argument parser which takes an arbitrary number of file names. It takes a perflog option and a key debug flag, but we actually hide it from the help. And then just from that code there, you get an automatically set up stuff like this, and it automatically does, like, if you have incorrect arguments, you'll get errors. It basically makes it easy to set up a quick command line utility. Now, there's a bunch of other tools that do this, like Click is another popular one. Google has one. I forget what theirs is called. There's called docparse. There's like a docstring one. I really don't like that one. That one's like super gross to me. But I usually get by with just docparse. Works fine for me. No more index lists out of range, yeah. You'll get nice error messages instead, which is pretty cool. Okay, so we have the licenses directory and we have the shared directory. So, I think what we're going to do is we're going to clone this repository at this version. We're going to pluck this file and these files out of it. We're going to rename the license to this, and then include basically a little blurb at the top that's like, we retrieved this from this at this version. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Just make sure that these exist for let's see, for repo and repos. With temfile.name tuple, there we go. That's what we want. We need subprocess. Subprocess.check call. And we don't have Git version 2 in this version of Ubuntu, but we can put it to do. Update. Oh, actually, I just thought about something. We have versions here, but we should also include the branch name so that we can update stuff if it changes. Because I don't know if there's a way you can go from the hash to a branch. But we'll do that later. Getting ahead of myself. Git clone. Actually, we can do git. Wait, how is this gonna work? I can't do a shallow fetch. I have to do a full fetch. Yeah. We'll just do clone. Yeah, I didn't end my quotes. Or my curly brace. Git clone repo URL tempter. Edorfaus says, I believe you can go from commit hash to which branches contain that commit, but it might be more than one branch. Yeah, that's what I was thinking / worried about. Where's somewhere that more than one branch? Pre-commit? Yeah, so we take this hash. I believe you can do contains, get branch -r contains this. Yeah. You can see that there would be multiple branches there. But if we instead rev parse this, get branch -r contains this guy. So that would be how we could get to just one specific branch. Which actually I think would work for this case, because we're really trying to detect like when a fork goes away. Because like if you see origin /head, then that means you can just go to the master branch. But if you only get one result, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking too hard about it. Okay, so we need to copy the license file out of here. Oh, we need to check out the version. So process.check call get -c tempter checkout repo.version. Ugh. I'm just printing out the command so it's a little bit easier to see. Select schlex.quote part for part in args. Quoted. There we go. Underscore. Now, I don't know if we can do get clone with -C. We're gonna try it though. Let's see what this looks like. I think origin / head is dependent on how you clone that repository. I seem to remember having it point different place if I clone the checkout of a specific branch instead of the default one. I was pretty sure it always pointed at the upstream, but you could be right. Git clone. Whip progress dots. No, it's -b. Yeah, so it still points to the right place. Now, it's possible that it doesn't exist. So, for example, you could do get init precommit, get mode add origin. This is actually similar to how precommit does cloning. And then you can fetch just a single branch. And you can see that we don't have origin /head at all here. But I think for this, I'm not super concerned about doing full clones. So, like, we're not trying to optimize. This isn't user-facing code. This is code that I run once, and it splats out some files. But it would be nice to do some amount of incremental updating, maybe. Thank you, outdated version. Name temporary direction is definitely not a thing. It's supposed to be directory. You're catching all of my mistakes today. That's great. I like when chat catches my mistakes. It certainly saves me some time. Okay. Temp files. Yeah. CSON. Well, the comment tells me exactly what to install. Pip install CSON. Thanks, me. Tuple is not defined. I should probably run a linter on it. Enum imported. Also URL lib. Also I forgot schlex. Yeah, we don't have breakpoint, but that's fine. Wait a minute. Why do you not know about breakpoints? I feel like it should. Because I thought I installed it. Yeah, that's weird. I spelled breakpoint right. Yeah, whatever. Double under new got unexpected keyword argument version. Verson. I can spell. We only made that mistake once. Temp file has no named temporary directory. Maybe it's not named. Maybe it's just temporary directory. It's probably just temporary directory. Cloning into dot. Okay, that seemed to have worked. Andrew X says, "Do you have a tutorial on virtualenv?" Not really. It's outdated version. Why didn't you catch verse on? Yeah, that would have been great. My TLDR for virtualenv is always use them. There's kind of 3 things that you need to know about them. The first is making them, and you can make them in 2 ways. One is with the virtualenv tool, which virtualenv venv, and that's how you make it. This is just the directory name. You can also make them with -m venv. Do I have -m venv? I do. And that makes virtualenv same as the other one. I prefer virtualenv because for one it's faster, but for 2 it is more portable because Debian compiles out this module, or not compiles out, they split it into a different package, so it's not installed by default. And virtualenv can also create across different Python versions. So venv is will only create for your current Python version, but virtualenv you can create other versioned ones. To activate them, so there's a bunch of files inside of venv bin that are named like activate for your various shells. Activate is the default one that works in most cases, and on Linux you will use the source command, which the portable source command is just the command dot. And you will source this file. That means that it opens the file and then runs all the commands in the current shell, which is different than executing. Executing will create a new process and run the commands there, but we actually want to modify variables in our current shell, in particular path. Source is less portable than dot. Dot works in Bourne shell, or not bourne shell, in yeah, normal shell, whatever sh is called. That's dash, anyway. But boring sh has dot, but it does not have source. But you know, source VM bin activate. That will change some variables. Notably, it sets these ones. So it sets path. So you can see we put VM bin. And this is technically the only one that's necessary to actually use the virtual env, is setting of path. The other ones are not necessary. The other one is PS1, which it put this little string at the beginning, which is how the prompt changes. And then the last one it sets is virtual env, which is just the path. But again, these second two are optional. And technically path is optional too, because you can access the executables by manually typing them out. So you can see, like, this is the one in the virtual env. You can do, I don't know, vm bin pip install ast pretty, without actually activating it. Now, granted, I've already activated it, but yeah, pedantics. And that's basically all you need to know about virtual envs, I guess. Don't install stuff to your system. It's my TLDR. How do you disable it? What am I disabling? Oh, how do you get out of a virtual env? Yeah. So if you've activated it with this, you can deactivate it by running deactivate, which the way deactivate works is it is a function that gets set up by this script here. So this is the deactivate script. And it works a little bit different on Windows. I don't know enough to explain how the Windows stuff works, but presumably it's similar. I mean, you run the same commands, except instead of bin, it's scripts. But there's no source in command.exe, so you just run it. Because batch files are run in the current shell instead of a subshell, which is interesting. Also, Fish has custom stuff too, because Fish is weird. But I don't use Fish, so that's what happens. My Facewin WAS keyboards is out of stock of browns. Wow. You can always go with clears if you're okay with the same with heavier keys. I like clears. Clears are so nice. Angeline says, I'm a dual boot, but I don't plan on using Windows anymore. Now my computer agreed to VirtualBox. Nice. Sounds good to me. Okay, so we cloned this. We have license path. So we'll open that. Tempter, we should really use this. Join tempter repo.license path as f, license contents equals f.read. If in repo.license path. Actually, we can just do partition. This is one of my favorite functions in Python. And I didn't know about it for the longest time. Let me show you why it's awesome. So it's a method on strings. So let's say we have foo pound bar and just foo. This kind of represents our two cases here. So this is like the license file without the header, and this is the license file with the header. If we call foo.partition and pass in the pound sign, actually we can just use y since we have it up there. It creates a split, but since pound is not in there, you get an empty middle split and an empty end split. But if it does exist in there, partition, you'll get the 3-part split out. So here what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the license path, which if it doesn't contain a pound will always be the first argument. But if it does contain the pound, it's still the first argument, but the other part is here. And there's also rpartition, which does the same, but from the right-hand side of the string instead of the left-hand side of the string. So it's a nice replacement for .split1, which, I don't know, I like. Pretty cool. But this is one of my favorite functions that I wish I had known about before. Updated version says, I bought a Switch tester on drop to figure out what to get, but sadly it ships late May. Oh, that's rough. That's like forever from now. Bummer. Hey, what's up, Culminator? Hello, hello. Edorfaus asks, how does it handle strings with multiple pounds in it? It's similar to split one, so if you had like this, it will just split the first segment. And if we do our partition, you can see that it goes from the rightward direction instead. So you can see, you can kind of compare the differences there. But it's pretty nifty. Norvik Klusulo says, how does the function know where on the string it has to split? So what it'll iterate through the string and try and find this particular string. So an example for this, so let's say we did partition on the string and partition. I can't spell. Partition. So you can see like that works. Basically what it does is it uses a similar approach as to what .index does. Index finds the position in the string that this string exists at. So if we look at this, you know, position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's where we see this space and space string. And so that's how it knows where to find it. But yeah, we can use this to get the license path. If header I don't know how that's gonna work, so we'll have to look at that in a bit. Hey, what's up, Norva Calusolo? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, happy to answer. The header parsing is gonna be complicated, so I don't know how that's gonna work. Tuxorem says, oh, that works nicely for getting numbers in ranges. Oh yeah, if you had something like 1 to 3 or whatever. Let's press caps lock. Cruise control for cool. God, I really can't spell this today. I'm like 3 years old. But yeah, you can use that to do partitioning like that. Although for this, you could also use split one, which is kind of your other option. Norma Clusilo says, Matt, ask what you're building right now. I'm working on a text editor. You can actually see I'm working on the text editor with the text editor. So my text editor is called Babi, and we're actually working on a way to distribute the syntax grammars for it so that it knows how to highlight particular programming languages. Because the current way is super manual. You have to like clone the repo and download a bunch of files, and I kind of want to make it so you can just pip install and it just works. But haven't finished that yet, so that's what we're working on. So we're gonna skip the header parsing for now. We're gonna do with open licenser. Let's see. License name equals repo.name.replace we're going to replace the slash in the repo name with an underscore, and then put license on the end. Like a so. license URL will be what? Repo URL slash blob and then version. Yeah. So blob, version, and then path. Blob, repo.version, and then license path. License retrieved from license URL. Okay, so we'll write out the license like that, in theory. Let's see. Alcinsar says, or Oisenkar? Something like that. Says, hey, new to the stream. Can I ask what's different about Babi? Sorry if you answer that all the time. So it's a Nano knockoff. It's mostly the same right now. There's some stuff that's different from Nano. In particular, there's this. Actually, let's actually open a file. Yeah. I forgot to copy the git ignore. So one particular thing that's different is Babi has a command mode, which allows you to run things like sort. Of course, this is already sorted, so it didn't actually do anything interesting, but if we, messed up the sorting order, and then went and selected and sorted, it would sort. It has like a Mimi Vim quitting mode, so you can quit it like Vim. It uses real TextMate syntax highlighting, unlike the way that Nano does. Nano does like super gross regex parsing. I mean, TextMates is also super gross regex parsing, but it at least builds a tokenization of the tree instead of just like splatting regexes on lines. But it will eventually have like more features as I build out the new features. However, I've only been working on it for like 6 months. Is there highlighting for git ignore? No, not yet. But I could add one. But I don't know what you would highlight here. It's just like a list of files. It would be nice like to have comments be highlighted. So I do plan to do that eventually. I haven't done that yet. But basically, I'm just going to change the blank grammar to automatically highlight grammars. Oh, you mean in general? Let's see. Does VS Code have one? What is the log language? Less has a language? Oh, less like CSS less. I get it. Shall make JSON, Python, JavaScript, Markdown. Rust R, Ruby, Perl, Pug. I don't know what Pug is. PowerShell, Git. Oh. These do exist. Oh, there is git ignore. What does it do? I'm not sure what I expected, but also this is exactly what I expected. The git ignore highlighting for VS Code just highlights comments. That's literally it. But yeah, that's the only syntax the file has. Yeah, it's fair. It's not wrong. It's just like I'm not sure what I expected. Yeah, or highlight every file type separately. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what we're doing. Oh, there's highlighting for handlebars, huh? And Windows batch. And groovy. Oh, not groovy. Not groovy. Oh, but I was actually gonna write one of these, so I'm glad one exists already. Oh good, they do actually, Cool. Let's write one of these. Awesome. Highlight every file type oh, you mean like, you know, like rainbow color them? Yeah, I'm a little bit tired. It's only 8 o'clock, which is fucking stupid. Why am I tired? Don't be tired, Anthony. That's silly. Okay. Get these grammars working. For grammar in repo.grammars with open. Insert grammar in binary mode. Grammar contents equals grammar f.read for strategy in strategies. With context lib.suppress. Actually, we can just do continue, even though that code can never run, or it doesn't matter whether it runs. Else break. Assertion error. Could not parse grammar. So this is kind of a tricky structure here. So for else is actually a pattern that I really, really like. It's kind of dumb and kind of hard to explain though. So the else block will only run if you never hit a break. So if you have like for I in range 3, print I, else, no break here, you can see that the else block runs of this for loop. But if we did something like for I in range 3, if, yeah, we're still listening. If I equals 1, break. Oh, we should have printed first. Oh well. It's slightly more confusing. Actually, let's do that. For I in range 3, print I if I is equal to 1, break, else, print no break here. And you can see here that the else block does not run, but the first 2 iterations of the loop run. So it's basically a way to detect whether break was hit or not. So what we're doing here is we're running over each possible strategy and trying it. It will likely raise an exception if that's the wrong file type, and so you'll see like you'll see an exception here, and it will continue to try the next strategy. But if the strategy succeeds, then the else block of the try runs, and that runs a break. And since it breaks, then that means this else block does not get run. So basically, this only runs if none of them were successful. Well, a little tricky, but yeah. Edorfaust says it's 4 a.m. here. Wow. Angeline says, why do you always use t.py? Honestly, it's a good question. It's a dumb habit that I picked up from a friend. God, why can I not think of his name? I can see his face. He's got these really great glasses. Oh, what is his name? I worked with him for like 3 or 4 years, and then he went to Mozilla, where I think he still works. I think I follow him on GitHub. God, why can I not remember his name? This is so embarrassing. Oh, that's not the right link. He's really smart, and he worked on release engineering. Following. Come on, you can load. I believe in you, GitHub. Brian Stack. Mr. Brian Stack, which he's a kitty, of course. He still works at Mozilla, cool. But yeah, Brian Stack used to name all of his test files as T, or if T was taken, it would be TT, or if TT was taken, it would be TTTTTTT. And so, anytime you looked at Brian's home directory, it was just a triangle of T files if you ran ls. But yeah, Brian was great. But yeah, I picked up that habit from him, and so now they're always called T. TuxRM says it's shorter than foo. Yeah, exactly. It's shorter than foo. But I do it so often that I made a repository specifically for categorizing, for cataloging interesting T files. So if you go to acetilly/T, you can see all of these, what I thought were interesting T files. Some of them are just like, I found bugs and stuff. This is one where I found a bug in PyPy. Requires metadata. Oh, this is where I wanted to iterate the requirements of a package that was installed. Oh no, I was showing that there's a bug. I think this is the buggy one. But anyway, there's a bunch of like, I made a t.py and I thought it was interesting. And I usually put a date on them. But yeah, that's T. Okay, so now that we've successfully loaded it with open, we're gonna write out to a JSON. Grammar dir, grammar name, write, JSON.dump, loaded to F. Okay, I think that should start to work, in theory. Closing these tabs. I don't know why time police not working. Okay. So this should... Module not found. Oh yeah. We gotta make that output a little bit quieter. Also, cloning Docker is super slow. Catherine says you can't remember something. I think this is a first. Yeah, the thing is, like, I haven't talked with him in a long time, and my brain, like, I could see his face, but I just couldn't remember his name. Oh yeah, this is one of the ones that has the funny README. We're just gonna quit this for now. So this should have written some licenses. Yeah, license retrieve from there. License retrieve from there. Looks good. Cool. And we should have written out some grammars as well. Share, babi, text weight. Yeah. JQ, scope name of these. Yeah. So that looks good. Starting to go in the right direction. Edorf says, I was about to ask if your pre-commit hook blocks file's not named t.py, but then I saw that there was one that wasn't. Yeah. Sometimes I need other files in that repository to support the t.py. So like this one I think required one. Yeah, like requirements.txt. Also I have a readme that demos stuff. This one has 2 files. So like T is a Python file. And this actually took me a long time to get the right code for this. This is how you import. This is how you load a plain text file as a Python module. Yeah. Oh, also I have a test here. It's kind of cool. Oh, the test is demoing it. Yeah. I see. Super wrong class. Oh, okay. Not that the class is super wrong, it's that you use super with the wrong class. That's just a funny way to put that. Okay, so I think the last thing to fix here, well, the last thing, there's a lot to fix. Because we need to fix setup.cfg also to include all those license files, because there's no like star include. I guess I could write code in I could write code in my setup.py, but I don't really want to do that. Because we have data. We have the ability to do this. Okay. So basically, we need to parse this README file. We need to split it into sections. Now, how are we going to do that? Where's one of them? We don't have any open. Great. Okay, so how can we do this? We can split on this. But that's not quite right. We want to really want to split on any number. Well, let's just do the dumbest thing that works, I guess, because we know that these problem ones only have 1 hash. Do I make this future-proof? Probably not. Let's see. Sections equals license contents dot split on that. For section in sections, if section dot starts with header, then we need to split out the lines. Let's see, section dot split partition on new line, and then we break, and we'll use that same for else strategy here. Header. I guess we could just do this. Error message doesn't have to be great, but enough of a hint to find it. Alright, let's try that now. Oh, we were gonna make that quiet. I only need one -q. And actually, if we're gonna make these all quiet, we might as well just stick it in here. Oh. Except we can't, because the flags come after the command. So we'll do that. And then we can watch them all download. Dang it. Sentence. Updated version. Why didn't you help me? Kid, of course. Might want to look for \n pound space instead of just that, unless you already have separate lines. Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, because it could have embedded pound signs. No such file or directory. Right. So we'll actually use regexes for that. So this is a regex that matches the beginning of the line, followed by any number of pound signs, and then a space. And then I need to look up re.split, because I can never remember the order of the arguments. Pattern which takes us. Oh. I don't know why I had to look this up. It's not hard. Other re.split. That. And then this will take a while, which is fine, especially for maybe I don't have to clone. I can just retrieve the individual files. Maybe I'll save cloning for the update. Because cloning takes forever, but pulling an individual file is much faster. If the license heading has subheadings, you should probably include those too. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true, but I don't know. I'm not gonna try and complicate it. It already works. This is the only case that I need to handle right now. Also, awesome, this file doesn't end in a new line. So I'm probably just gonna not bother. But if I ever need to, yeah, I would make it more complicated. You know, make it as simple as it needs to be. Hey, what's up? Thatudar says, what are you cloning? I'm cloning a bunch of different repositories that contain TextMate syntaxes. But I'm thinking now that cloning is not the best strategy, and that I should just retrieve them by URL. Yeah. We'll do that instead. Which is fine. We don't need to actually use Git for this. Request. That'll actually make this go way faster as well. Repo URL. Repo URL. Oh. Why are you so long, line? Also, why is the syntax highlighting broken? No. No, there's a bug in the syntax highlighting. Okay, let me copy this so that I can fix this. If true, actually, let's just paste this. Yeah, like this should not be blue. We forgot to. Yeah. So this should not be blue. The problem is it's highlighting from this character off the screen onwards, and -1 has special meaning for change adder. So this is broken. Scroll to the end of the repo URL line. Highlight scroll bug. I thought I had fixed this, but apparently not. But I'll fix that eventually. Angeline says, I use my bad bash skills and my decent internet skills. For I in 1 to 50 do seek. This will give you a tree of 50 T's. Oh, nice. Marco says it's 2020 and the Anthony still writes code, even in editor, yeah. Actually, let's see if I can do that better. So we want 50 T's. I would probably just do it in Python. Probably the easiest way. We can do it in one-liner, right? Open. Python's cheating though, right? Yeah. That's cheating in Python though, right? Let's see, how would I do it in Bash? For I in do touch x and x equals xt. Yeah, that's how I would do it in Bash. Something like that. Oh, eDorfhaus is basically the same as mine, except instead of seek, he just used an expansion, which is smart. Yeah, cool. I like that. What's ls-1? Oh, 1 per line. Yeah, so you get the actual triangle. Nice. Cool. Instead of this chopped triangle. Cool. Yay, Bash. Said me never. He will start to write the kernel for a Python-based operating system next, probably writing the kernel with babi and all in Python. Yeah, that's not happening. Object-oriented programming-based kernel, which is impossible, but maybe if you're running a virtual machine on top of regular OS. I've seen, oh, it was at PyCon in 2015. There was a talk where somebody showed that they made a bootable Python operating system, and like demoed that it wasn't so bad, but it was pretty wild. Let's see, how do we make this line not so long? Oh, I know what we can do. This doesn't make it shorter, does it? It's so close to fitting, but so far away. If only this weren't so long. I wonder if you could just use raw.github.com. You can. I'll eat the redirect for to fit in 80 characters. This is not a property. I don't know why I did that. No. So close to being in 80 characters. Oh, and eTorfa stole the 1.50 from Andrews. Nice. Are you a programmer or systems engineer? Decent bash skills. Oh, Marco is asking Andrew that. I think he just Googled. Oh yeah, you could use plus equals also. Although I believe that's a bash extension, so it wouldn't work in like you can say bash, but you can't just say sh. It doesn't work in sh. Well, we can just do this. Oh, but license is a built-in in Python, right? Yes. Oh, we assign license URL, so we probably just do that instead. Okay. That one's too long also. We'll just do this then. Okay. Oh, and then we don't need this. Sick. But we should probably print out what we're doing so that we get some sort of output. Oh, that's slow. What are you doing? I guess the C++ grammar had a lot of files. Cannot use a string pattern on a bytes-like object. Oh, yeah. Wait, how did this work at all? Oh, I see why, because we f-string a byte string. That's why it worked. Oh, Born Shell. It is called Born Shell. I see. URL can't contain control characters. Why is a space a control character? Hey, what's up, Johan LPZ? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Why did it... Oh, put request. It's not actually a put request. Huh. I mean, it wants me to URL encode. Not a valid non-string sequence or mapping type. I think I just want quote as the function, yeah. Not the one that does what I want it to do. What the fuck does URL encode do? URL parse. Convert a mapping object into, oh yeah, we don't want that. It's for doing query parameters. It's probably a bashism. I've done a good bit of complex bash, mostly for fun, not so much POSIX. Shh. Yeah. I don't like writing bash or shh. It's just not fun. Also, it's hard to maintain. Also, reading other people's bash is just like the worst. Chugging along, it got past where it crashed last time, so now we just find all the places that I made typos. I mean, that kind of worked. Look at all those licenses. Cool. You can see the ever so slightly different license text. Oh, I got an Apache license there. Well, this is the parsing that we did. Bunch of those. Cool. Kind of want license to be at the beginning and at the end. And yeah, it's a little bit redundant because it sits on a file in a directory called licenses. Dumpster fire. Yeah, you're right, Marco. This is a dumpster fire. Especially because I need to re-download everything just because of that. Share by... Cool. Normal people pronounce SH as SH. I pronounce it ch. I like that 128p. That's good. Yeah, just use the ch shell. Okay, what else do I want to do here? Oh, we need to rerun the script. Hey, what's up, Rafon Tetsk? Oh right, you were the one that I couldn't pronounce earlier. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce TETX. TETX, I guess I could do. Anyway, thank you. Oh, what is this article that I didn't click on? Python 1. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Python 2015. This is exactly what I was remembering. But yeah, I watched this talk and it was very good. I'm concerned, Angeline X. What? We're gonna mute this tab. Ah ha ha. Didn't get me this time, Angeline X. Mindful Fox says I regret everything. It was Rickroll. It was Rickroll, as usual. It's actually crazy. If you look at my recent clips, I think one from like 2 streams ago. Oh, we don't want to hear me yet. There we go. One of my clips from a couple streams ago where I got Rickrolled is now like one of my top clips of all time. Yeah, this one. By Andrew Lanex. Yeah, top 4 clips of all time. Just because it was Rickroll. There must be some like recommendation engine that like sends it through to Rickroll. Or that like pushes things along. Oh man, it passed the Amy Lee clip, which was real good. But like, oops. Andrew Lane says, as I always say. Shorthand properties for border properties. What the fuck? How did you do that? I just like the look on my face where I realize what has happened. I'm like, how? Yeah. But also, man, this one is up there too. I see. It's just a short dab, you know. I don't know. I think clips are funny. I like me some clips. Yeah, Mozilla with I's and capital I's and L's. Is that a Pokemon dabbing Mindful Fox? Is that what is it called? It's Dark Fighting type. It's from 6th Gen. I cannot remember the name. It evolves into a big bear thing. I have it shiny, of course. Man, why can I not remember? Here we go. Another thing that I've forgotten in this stream. 6th Gen. It is Pancham. Right. This little guy. Is that what it is? The dabbing Pancham. Oh, it's just a regular panda? I see. I see. Oh man, realizing it was a panda would have made Pancham a little bit easier to find. Easier to remember. Don't screw up my mind. Watching you watch yourself is the best. Yeah, it's pretty good. We just have to get like the recursive clips going, so it's just like a clip of me watching a clip of me watching a clip of me. I'll just get that recursion going forever. Okay, what do I have left to do here? So the last thing, hey, what's up, Sencora? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The last thing that I have to do here is I have to populate this license files field. And I have to populate the data files field. Anthony reacts to Anthony reacts to Anthony reacts, yeah. Just make a reaction channel, but it's just me reacting to myself over and over. But yeah, I need to populate these two fields, and then I think we're basically done. I keep forgetting my Twitch bot for my Windows dual boot. Ah, yeah, that happens. Switching partitions is such, oh man, at work it's such a pain. Because like sometimes sometimes I'm forced to work on macOS to work on stuff for other developers, but I spend like 99.9% of my time in Linux. So when I'm working on macOS, I'll, you know, usually run these long running jobs because that's usually what I have to do when I switch over. Like I have to build a bundle that like builds Python from source and like does a bunch of shit. It takes like half an hour. So during that half an hour, I'll usually work on something else. But then when I'm done, I'll switch back to Linux. Then I'll be like, wait a minute, I forgot to push. And then be real sad about it. Dual boot on a Mac, yeah, it's a bit of a wild setup. Nope, that's not where it is. I documented it at least, but as far as I know, it only works on 2015 or older, or unless you're like really willing for things to be super broken. But these are the steps that I took. Splat an ISO onto a oh wait, no, convert an ISO into a disk image, then splat the image onto the disk, reboot and hold Alt to find the USB disk. In my case, there were two and either of them worked. You can tell how many times I ran through these steps if I was able to verify that both of them worked. So at least 2 times. I actually had to run these steps like 20 times to get it to work. So imagine installing Ubuntu 20 times in a row. Yeah, that was my sadness. Oh, there's some part in here about resizing the partition. Oh, I must have forgotten that step. But anyway, you gotta split your partition in half. Follow instructions for erasing disk. Yeah, you don't want to do this unless... Oh, this is when I wasn't dual booting. Right? Oh yeah, no, I'm dual booting down here. I don't know. I've done this a couple of times, and it currently works on my work laptop, so that's all I really care about. But I would much prefer to run Linux, and so I do that 99.9% of the time. I mean, probably not quite that fraction, but it's pretty darn close. Yeah, we gotta populate these 2 fields. It shouldn't be hard. Oh. Turn this into a property. Damn it. Bang mouse. My mouse is trash. It is a... You can say on it. It is the B100 Logitech mouse. Literally the cheapest mouse you can buy. It is corded because I really do not like cordless mice. But yeah, it's this mouse. Buy now, it's probably like $5, $9. Cheap as fuck mouse. Doesn't even have any fun buttons. It's literally just right click, left click, scroll wheel. For somebody who uses a mouse all the time like a noob, you would think I would have a better mouse. But nope, cheap mouse. It's great because like it gets gross and I just get a new one. And this one is getting pretty gross. Also the feet haven't fallen off yet. Usually that's the first thing that goes. So maybe I'll keep this one. Clean it or whatever. But yes, bang mouse. Hey, what's up, XD? Welcome back. Dorfel says, I did something similar fairly recently when installing on a new laptop, maybe not quite that many times, but it was caused by the included grub version not supporting encrypted secure boot, which took a while to figure out. And then once I did, I managed to mess up the install, so I had to redo it again. Yeah, I know that feel. You tried to rickroll me last time, Andrew, so now I'm very, very apprehensive about your link here. Oh, okay. You're confused why Pep gave you unknown command, and that's because it needs a number after it. If it doesn't have a number, it falls through to the unknown handler. It's a little weird. You're right. It is a little weird. But that's why that happened. Curl pipe bash. Yeah, that's not happening. Why don't you get a fancy mouse? Because I don't know. Don't really care about mice. It works. Every time I've had a fancy mouse, like I've broken it or like, you know, I accidentally pressed the buttons when I'm fiddling with it or whatever. And this is good enough. Then again, I said the same thing about a keyboard, then somebody bought me a fucking keyboard, so. I don't know why I put a comma there. Okay, we're just deleting all of the license files that exist that we no longer need. You need ergonomics. Oh, I really don't like trackballs. I had someone at work and I was like, hi, can I borrow your computer for a second? And they're like, sure. And then they had a trackball and I just could not help myself. It was dead in the water. Could also go with the nipple mouse. Those are great. This is scary. I remember when I had to use my boss's computer and she had one, it was so uneasy. I really mean... What? Is that how you feel about mice, 128p? Oh, the curl script is amazing? Alright, we'll look at it. Rick Astley in your terminal. I'll let someone with Mac or Windows machine send a pull request to get GSM going again. Echo never gonna make you cry. Wow, so you could like be really aggressive here. You could inject it into their bash RC. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Wait, does it make noise? Is this supposed to have sound? Also, it glitched here. I don't know if I have sound enabled. Oops. I don't think I have sound enabled. That's a bummer. Let's see. Devices, audio. Audio output is enabled. Hmm. Oh well. Anyway, we played the Rickrolls, even though it didn't work. What the fuck is this resolution? Is it 128p? No, it would be what, 80p? No, it'd be 80 wide, so whatever, 60p? Yeah, 60p. You have to search it on YouTube for the audio. Yeah, the audio should have worked, but I must not have my virtual machine hooked up. Because, like, if I did, pressing tab here would give me the bell, and that's not working, so I don't have that. Okay, so what did we just do? We made it so if there's a random file in licenses, touch licenses / WAT. And now if we run this, I don't know why that tab complete doesn't work. This should delete this file. Cool. Alright, so that part works. Sorry, I can't hear you over Rick's voice. Isn't he knighted? Isn't it Sir Rick Astley? Rick Astley. No, I think I'm a Sir Elton John. He knighted? One of these dudes is knighted. He was knighted by Elizabeth II for services to music and charitable services in 1998. Sir Elton John. Sir Elton John. Yeah, and I definitely didn't just confuse Elton John and Rick Astley. That definitely did not happen. Some people just want to watch the world burn. So there's this great phone number that you can dial. 248-434-5508 if you want to hear Mr. Rick. Which is actually in my home area code of 248. But it's a good one. I have it in my phone as Mr. Astley. And it's one of the few phone numbers I have memorized, which is also stupid. Hey, what's up, Tom Talks? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What do you talk about, Tom? I talk about code and Rick Astley, apparently. Okay, so we also have to... Oh, but we don't know. We don't know what files. I don't talk about much important. Yeah, that happens. Okay, so we need to... We do know the ones that we get as we go along. Actually, we could probably do the same strategy as we did here. Yeah. is a set of stir. Sentences, grammars, set, stir. That's dumb. Why would I do that? Eh. 80 characters. Boom. Let's see. Licenses dot add. We're probably not gonna do this. Licenses dot add. Repo dot license file name. So we're gonna record all the file names that we create, and then at the end we're going to delete everything that doesn't exist. Grammars dot add grammar name. Existing licenses. Existing grammars. Set os.lister grammar dir. Babi. Share Babi. Ugh. Okay, so we'll make 2 bogus files, and then they should get deleted after that runs. There's a whole playlist with different links for Rickles. Nice. Michael Fox says, does Sir Astley have a restraining order on you? He's not. 128p says, Tom talks, so let's talk about my life. And Tom talks replies, oof. Oh, that's good. Endless River says, 5 a.m. Gotta sleep, I think. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around in the future. Always good to have you. NPX node parrot -- loops 100. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that before. Okay, so we should have gotten rid of that WAT file. We did. Did we get rid of this WAT file? We did. Cool. Okay, so that's that part of that script. Now the last part is updating the setup.cfg, which is Trixie. Trixie. Nano LS, yeah. Good job me. Config parser. See how I do it here. Read setup.cfg. And then we do some stuff with it. Wait, where's the... Why do I do it like that? Oh, because I figure out whether it changes. Yes, I'm sleepy. But I'm so close to being done. We must finish. We do this, I guess. Config. That's annoying. Options.data files. This one loud? A little bit loud. This song is always louder than all the other ones. I don't know why. Config stir license files. Grammar files. Garmer. Oh. I accidentally pasted it in exactly where I wanted to put it. Sequence stir. We can use list stir. Oh, right. So an interesting thing about F strings is you can't have a backslash inside of them. So you can't do like this. Unexpected character after line continuation character. Oh, I should have put single quotes here. There we go. F string expression part cannot contain a backslash. So we gotta do this kind of ugly looking thing. Well, we could do... No, we'll keep it like that. So that should rewrite setup.cfg if I did it right. Getting tired, but I'm so close to being done. 159. Hey, what's up, Ariel CC Jr.? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Missing set. Node parrot is a party parrot CLI. Yeah, I've seen it before. 162. That's 152. Okay. Okay. Setup.cfg is already added, so when it gets modified, we'll be able to see it. I doubt you've seen this exact one. You're just trying to get me to run it, which I'll oblige. Node parrot. I'm pretty sure I've seen this one before. Oh, you wrote it? Hmm. No, it's been around. What? This is somebody else's though, right? Oh, it is you. Feel like maybe I've seen it then. I don't know, we'll run it though. No, yeah, I know it's you, because I recognize your GitHub handle. Then parrot. That was super laggy for some reason. We need more loops, brother. Hey, what's up, Home Kitch? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Is this 256 color or is it? Whoa. Why does it stop when I grab it? But only sometimes. Why does it stop when I grab it? Also, how come? why does it stop when I grab it? Anyway, how does it work? Is it curses? No, it's literally just console.log. Huh. You expect to grab a bird and he just keeps dancing. It's realistic. Yeah, it's weird. I don't... Well, no, it's more than console.log because it clears the screen after it's done. So at least it's sending terminal sequences that look like the same ones that Curses sends. Okay, moment of truth. What changed instead of .cfg? Oh, so close. Why are you fucked up? Damn it, man. What do I do in setup CFG format? Oh, it's literally just new line. Okay. Edorfa says, probably the terminal emulator trying to help you select what you wanted without being removed. Yeah, I could see that. Are we gonna get to the drop song today? I don't even remember what it's titled. I don't think we're gonna get to the drop song today, unless we already heard it and I just didn't notice. Yeah, we're only... Oh, maybe we already heard it. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Okay. Yay! It did what I wanted. So now the question is, if I build this package, Estes bdist wheel. What was all that output? Oh, just all the files being bundled? Okay. Here I go trying. That's what I wanted. I almost got a tar command right the first time. Okay. Interesting. So we have both license and licenses. Oh, I guess that makes sense. These are all the data files, so it's basically just a TGC. And what if we do unzip? Start at wheel. What does our wheel look like? What do you mean? Oh, this is just dash L, not dash dash list? Okay. So data has data shared that. And dist info contains all the licenses. That's what we expect to see. So then the last thing to check, also this package is huge. Oh, it's only 200K. That's not so bad. Last thing to check is what happens if we install this wheel. Does it put the files in the place that I expect? VM share, babi, A. Okay, that's good. This is what I wanted to see. Drop song on Fernie's head, right? Margo says, mate, will you stream tomorrow? I mean, during the week, as you're working from home. I mean, on the things that are not work related. Maybe. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. But in theory, I will. In theory, I will stream more often when I'm, you know, cooped up at home and there's only code to write and nothing else to work on. So, in theory, yes, I will stream tomorrow, but no promises. But it's likely. I will let you guys know on Discord and Twitter and stuff. Video games. I could stream Pokemon. I've been meaning to stream Pokemon. Let's see. Oops, that's the wrong one. So I could set up my Switch and play some Pokemon. I've been meaning to do that, but I haven't done that yet. Pokemon Go? No, it'd be Shield? Or did I get Sword? I don't remember. One of the two. But look, chat shows up there. But yeah, in theory, I would. In theory, I could play some Pokemon tomorrow, which would be fun. But yeah, I think this is done for now. Setup.cfg. So I will. What are you talking about? Oh, I'm in a special directory. That's why. Sorry, for some reason when I said special directory, in my head popped 1-800 contacts. They can't have my brand. I have special eyes. Look with your special eyes. My brand. Sorry, that's just what popped into my head. When I wanted to do this. But yeah. Anyway, I think that is going to wrap it up for today. I'm going to finish this up and make this an actual package. And then fix Babi to be able to use it. And probably do that offline because it's not... I'm tired. I kind of want to go to bed. But yeah, that's what I'll do then. But let's see. Let me do my little spiel, and then we'll find you guys a channel to send you off to. Yeah, and I'll maybe do the Babi editor GitHub thing. I'm not sure whether I want to do that or not. We'll see. But yeah, let's see. I upload all my content to YouTube, youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode, same as my Twitch handle. There's previous stuff there. I usually stream on Saturdays at 11 a.m. and I announce my streams in two places. One is twitter.com/codewithanthony, and the other is on Discord, which the link is in the channel. Yeah, just good night to you as well, Catherine. I almost said good night Discord. That would have been derpy. But yeah, I usually announce something like I'm gonna stream in 50 minutes and what I might be working on, but this was a lie. So who knows what I actually end up working on, but yeah, thank you all for stopping by. Andrew Lane has suggested Pixel Logic Dev. All right, let me see. Let me make sure they're programming. See what they're working on. They're assembling a desk. I feel like they're not programming, so we're gonna have to veto that one. But let's see, programming. We could raid George Hotz because he talked shit about me that one time. They're doing assembly. It even says so in the title. Yeah. Why am I listed first? It's no longer by viewer count? What fucking useless ass sorting is this? Recommended. Ugh. Oh, I want high-low viewers. You're not programming. Let's play a Half-Life 3 game that I probably won't like. You're recommended for yourself. Yeah, thanks Twitch. You're doing goods. But let's raid Grim, I guess, because it's been a while since I've raided Grim. And Grim's awesome, and it's usually working on cool stuff. So say hi to Grim, and thank you all for stopping by, and hopefully I will see you guys around in the future, where we can, write some more codes. But anyway, have a good one. See you guys.